It is April 21st, 2026. We are at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting at City Hall Council Chambers located at 100 Polk Avenue, Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember King,
Here.
Mayor Morrison,
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak,
Here.
and Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Thank you, council, city staff, and all who are joining us here today. Appreciate your patience as we had a slow start here. With that, we will go on item number 4, which is to approve the agenda as written or with amendments. I should take this opportunity, obviously, if there's an order to anything. There's an item in the amended agenda. I believe our city clerk's office emailed out and also provided a few updates. Just want to make sure the council got those. One of those items is an item that I am seeking consensus from the council on an add-on item. And while that's numbered as 9.8, which would go before the discussion items, I would just ask that we actually put it after those discussion items. If the council chooses to approve, consider adding this item on at the very end of the meeting before reports. And so I guess that after thought and discussion, it would be item 10.3. And then if there are any other changes as far as order that the council would like to consider, now is the time. So just want to discuss potentially any other changes prior, and if none, the one item as requested would be the only item I have. Are there any other items, council? And city manager, maybe I missed, was there any order changes that we discussed that was needed?
Just, getting council's consensus to put that on the agenda at all, and if so, at the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended with 10.3. Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Shoryak. Any further discussion on item number 4, approving the agenda as amended? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
The agenda, item number 4, approved as amended, passed 5-0, which brings us now to item number 5. We have one interview tonight under our presentations and interviews section. We have an applicant interview with the Culture and Leisure Services Board. The recommended applicant is Mr. Adam Creeves. Mr. Creeves, are you here with us this evening? If so, if you take your time and come on up to the podium, and our city clerk will, or I'm sorry, our city attorney will ask you a couple of questions.
Good evening.
Evening.
So a couple of formal questions. One is all the information in your application true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And then please explain to the council why you would like to serve on this board.
Yes. Well, thank you, council members, for having me, first of all. So what brings me here today is, initially I applied about a year ago to boards, and I think at the time I did my application, just check boxes, but as the year came along, Molly ended up giving me a call and said, hey, you're still interested in joining a board? I said, yes. at that point, me and Molly had a discussion, and she gave me a little more insight on what Culture and Leisure Services Board was basically a part of in doing. So I just wanted to say thank you for Molly for doing that and bringing me in. But to answer your question, you know, the Culture and Leisure Board includes parks, recreation programs for the community. My interest usually comes from, first, my background. I was Marine Corps. Part of my father being in the Marine Corps, we were stationed in Japan for about 20 years, so I'm Marine Corps, you know, dependent. We served mostly all over sorts of Japan. In doing that, we have a strong background with community involvement, with just different families that become families. So I see the importance of bringing communities together. I think that's what stems my part of service. Secondly to that, I'm a medically retired California Highway Patrol officer. So in part of that service, we strongly have to do a lot of community involvement. You know, we have to build up a community that sometimes can seem like chaos. In a large city like Los Angeles, it's Gotham City, you know, chaos. You got many different parts of the city that you're trying to put together, police responsibly. You know, you're making decisions offhand right at the moment, and you're trying to do the best for your community because part of our job is public service. And to me, service comes not only from my upbringing in Japan and that military corps, but also from my time in service as law enforcement. Outside of being medically retired and having about 6 surgeries to get myself back on my feet, I came up with my own business, which we do government and state contracting. And part of that business is primarily here with Space Coast. We do a lot with initiatives of trying to get more or less this spaceport built, because we know what our competitors in different countries are bringing and how do we transition that. So what brings me here specifically today is my experience. I'm part of the National Small Business Association, where I talk to a lot of senators and congressmen in Washington, D.C., and part of the initiatives I have with them is economic development, veterans, procurement processes. I think accumulating all that together, it's what brings a community together. What can we do to excel our peers that live around us, but as a whole, how can we bring that together in a good way for everyone to live comfortably but also responsibly?
Thank you. City Attorney, any further questions? Thank you. Mr. Creeves, did we have an opportunity to ask you a few questions?
Absolutely.
No particular order, counsel, at any point? Any member chooses to ask a question during this interview, please proceed.
Oh, go ahead. I had a couple of questions for
Sure.
you. Now, you were, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I like the thought that we would have someone with military background to bring that part of our community together, because we do have a lot of veterans in Cape Canaveral.
Well,
So that I like.
Just a correction, my father's Marine Corps. I was the dependent, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
everyone in my family is military. So father did 20 years in Marine Corps. Brother is retired CFO of Space Force here with the Air Force. Sister, Army, other brother Marine Corps as well. I'm the only one that decided to go law enforcement route, but
Well, and we appreciate your service in
Yeah,
law
thank you,
enforcement
thank you.
as well. Now, I had noticed you're not a voter here. And so are you still voting in another location? Or are you part-time resident here? I just wanted to get your thoughts about that.
right.
And the reason I'm asking, not to be completely nosy, but I'm just wondering if there's, with your background and how you've have travel and your different things that you were mentioning,
Right.
would there be any kind of hardship with being able to make the meetings?
Absolutely not. My role as CEO of the company, I have my own schedule that I put in place.
Okay.
Aside from that, this is my primary residence. It just, for personal reasons, going through a nasty divorce kind of took a process. It just wasn't the time to migrate everything over during that application point. But now things within the past couple months have all moved this way, and Cape Canaveral is not only the headquarters of business now, but also primary residence.
Excellent. Boy, do I understand life transitions.
Yes.
So, and I wasn't meaning to get, too
No, it's
personal,
okay.
But I was wondering because I used to travel for business and that
Right.
can really hamper you sometimes. So that's very good, and thank you so much for applying, and welcome to our city
Thank
and our
you.
community. And
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is that why you're not registered as a voter?
At this moment, yes, that's what was going through that divorce and going through the transition of things. It just wasn't the right time to kind of make that full transition over because for those issues.
Okay, so you do plan to
absolutely.
register as a
Yes,
voter? Okay,
yes.
thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Creeves,
Yes.
is that the proper?
Creeves, that's it.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, very good, thank you. Appreciate your service with the law enforcement.
Thank you.
We're very happy with our law enforcement here,
Oh, absolutely.
and we hope that you can get in here and help us out with our Culture and Leisure Services Board, and we appreciate your willingness to serve with everything else you're doing also. So
Thank you.
for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoryak, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions, but just wanted to say thank you for stepping up to serve the community.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, I want to echo what we've heard here. Thank you very much, and for your service. We obviously value our city manager as a longstanding police chief and leader, and did serve in the Marine Corps. And he talked about one of the things that comes to mind with your background is, he'll correct me if I say this wrong, but he's talked about crime being a social problem. And so being in the Culture and Leisure Services Board, I think your perspective to help our community come together, as you shared with us tonight,
Right.
could indirectly, in many cases directly, help with some of the unfortunate things, such as crime, that every community
Right.
battles. So,
It's tough, and I think, I'm thankful for the experience I had in LA because one of my many roles as an officer over there was part of what we call a PED team. So we have about 70 to 80,000 transients and homeless that live right off the freeways in California. So part of my role within California Highway Patrol was how do we responsibly clean up, the side of the freeways and make them safe for travelers, and how do we do that responsibly where we're respecting the issue but also cleaning it up as well. So it's a balance that we have to make, but I think coming in here, I could bring that insight and how we change SOP and standards and procedures in order to accommodate that main goal of cleaning up the city.
thank you. We appreciate you and your time today and your interest to help serve our community and advise within that scope of Culture and Leisure Services. Council, are there any other questions for the applicant?
I just have a comment to make. Looking at your CV and your work experience, your current work experience as founder and chief executive officer of your own company, there's quite a bit of information there. How will you find the time to devote to our city in the midst of all of this?
Right. I have, I call them my four horsemen. They're more or less my brothers. My brother just retired out of the Air Force, was a former CTO of Space Force. He's now the CTO of the company. My other brother, a Marine Corps, also Kern County firefighter in California, but he's the CFO of the company. He's been on a contract with Deloitte for probably about 12 years now, working finance. So the core of the company pretty much takes care of the day-to-day work. My job at this point as a CEO is how do we forecast and move the company bigger and towards the future of what we're trying to build here in Space Coast, excuse me. So I would say my job is probably the easiest out of the four. I'm more or less as the guy that sits back now and looks for opportunities that we can go after. And then those guys are the ones that do all the work essentially. So I have contracts with American Airlines. I'm able to fly throughout the country, but my schedule is always wide open when it comes to my priorities. My priorities is this board that I'm coming onto, and how can I service it with my full integrity and making sure that we're making the greatest opportunities for this community.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions, Council? Mr. Creeves, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll
Thank
be
you.
taking up item 8.3, which is a resolution to formally appoint at that time, but until then, think you're looking good. Thank you.
Appreciate it, members. Thank you.
Okay, so that is all for our presentations and interviews, which brings us to item number 6, public participation. And speaking of Culture and Leisure Services Board, I see our chair here, Mr. Chairman Purvell. Are you here with us? Your first card I have. Please come forward, and if anyone intends to speak as he's coming up, we have it 3 minutes. Typically, our timer here, the green light comes on. When the yellow light comes on, it's about 30 seconds left, and then we ask that you please wrap up once the sound of the buzzer happens. And, oh, I see there's actually a second card, Mr. Purvell, but one of them's for item number 10, the other's for 5. I appreciate your patience. I don't see item 5 on here. Oh, it's
Public participation.
what we just took up. Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I am here as the volunteer chairman of the Culture and Leisure Services Board. That title and $10 will get you a cup of coffee and a sleeve of Madeleines at Starbucks, just to let you all know. But I'm here to talk about Mr. Creeves. When I first read his application, it was very honorable. He was a former California Highway Patrol officer, a lobbyist for the veterans. He had a Marine family background, and he's a volunteer for the Special Olympics. It's all very impressive. But I want everyone to know I had several reservations. Several of you brought up those reservations. One, the CNL board was number 5 on his list. I wanted someone to be a little more dynamic to come on the board. He's not a registered voter in Brevard County. His company is based in California. A lot of travel, I felt, as I travel in North America. And the reasoning to be on the board, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was very boilerplate. The way I read that, I believe that was put on every application. However, after listening to him, answering the questions that the CNL board posed to him, and I think after listening to him with the questions you all posed to him, I think he'd be a great new addition to the CNL board. A brand new perspective, a very dynamic individual, and I want him on our board before he goes on any other board. He has a great entrepreneurial spirit, and that's what cultural and leisure services need. So I recommend this gentleman. He convinced me a 180 from what I read on his application. So thank you very much, and I think you were just as impressed as I was after he chatted with you all. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Chairman Purvell. I appreciate your due diligence on that and the energy you put into it. I do have a clarifying question for City Attorney. The registered to vote, that's not is that a criteria for the board? Members?
There are general criteria for being a registered voter, resident, and business owner, but the code also says that there's a limitation on the number of non-residents, and notwithstanding the general requirements, there shall be no more than 2 voting board or committee members not satisfying the residency and registered voter requirements. So there's that limited exception. But I think the applicant, he can clarify, but he listed a resident address in Cape Canaveral, and he said he is intending to register to vote in Brevard County, presumably. He's nodding his head. So there is an exception for non-residents and business owners.
Thank you for that. Okay, the next card that I have is says it's related to item 9.3, which is forthcoming. Miss Letitia Massey Ferrara, I believe, I'll go back to our city attorney related to the Fillmore Avenue construction project. Is it appropriate to hear public comment during that item or now?
I would suggest that you reserve comment to the item.
Is that okay with you? I think it'll.
Presuming, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, and I don't want to communicate with somebody that's in the audience, but she put a card in. I'm assuming that she's a representative of Massey. Okay, so yes, then my comment stands. I would suggest that she speak when that item comes up.
Thank you very much. And, Mr. Purvell, I've got that second card. You just spoke on the agenda item, the interview that we just had, item number 5. This one is in regards to the discussion item 10.2, the deposition of surplus property. Would you like to speak during the item when we take it up?
Yes, I would like to speak during the item. I would like to hear the discussion first and then determine if I need to support it, if I would like to speak, please.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show he'd like to wait until we take up item 10.2 and hear the discussion before he comments. So thank you again. That is all the public comment cards that I have at this time. If anyone did intend to speak, we do ask you please come forward before we close. Yes, please come forward if you to the podium, and we do ask that you fill out a card unless I overlooked it or missed it.
I did not fill out a card.
Okay,
So,
if you don't mind,
apologize.
state your name and.
Sure, my name is John Rodriguez. I'm with Gibbs and Register, and would also like to discuss the Fillmore Avenue project when that item comes up for on the agenda.
Absolutely. If you get a card here to our deputy, we'll make sure that you're heard. Those are provided out front in the lobby when you come in. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any other public participation desired in the community? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation, which brings us to item number 7, Managers Matters. This is information regarding various projects and issues from our city manager. And he's got items 7.1 A, B, C, all the way to 7.5. And with that, Mr. Touchberry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'll be brief. We typically give a facilities update, so we'll roll with Nancy Hansen. At this point, staff has selected some finishes to include flooring and lighting and et cetera, and they are pending review of the final building documents to go out, or final documents to go out to bid. The Sandpiper Park equipment is continuing to be installed, so that installation is ongoing, and we anticipate them completing that installation in the next 30 days. Manatee Sanctuary Park lighting has been put on hold for now due to some staffing, but we plan to resume that project and get it done here shortly. City personnel update. We are still in need of a record specialist and a part-time recreation leader. We currently have those positions on hold, however, pending our analysis of our staffing. And we are also looking for a community engagement manager. So those are our current openings. And the next item, number 3, grants update. To date, we've had some employees participate in the National League of Cities orientation hosted by Lexipol to give us updates on and information on how to pursue grants through the NLC. And so we've got that education out of the way. We are not actively engaged in any grant application process, but we do have several under review. And I think rather than go over what we're looking at, just when we do have one we want to make application to, then we'll bring that to the council's attention. Item number 4, you all have been presented with the employee handbook. And I want to give a shout out to our Human Resources Department for working on this, and of course all staff that has contributed to its development. We spent a lot of time on it, and we've been mentioning it during some previous council meetings. So you now have the entire handbook. It is a draft, so we ask that you take time to look at it. And at this moment, we can discuss how long or how much time do you think you would like to review it before we bring it back to council as an item to vote on. I don't know how much time you can spend reviewing it, and you also may propose some changes. So I will suggest to you that if you have any changes, you send them to me via email and copy Natalie Watkins, our HR director, and we can review those changes accordingly. And I can say we can try to put this on the next council's agenda, or we can give you 2 months to look at it and then put it on the agenda at that point. Any thoughts from the council on how much time you think you might want to need? Maybe 1 or 2 months?
I have a question on that. So budget meeting is slated for early May, or is that early June target?
We're looking at June for our first budget hearing, Joey.
Look, Joey's ready to go. He had his laptop. He's like, I know they're going to ask me something.
As of now, the schedule for the budget is the city staff will be providing council members the first proposed budget at the very beginning of July. So the first planned budget meeting for now will be in July.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because we've started earlier before. We have more items that were desires in the past. So it was a little bit larger and took a little longer. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to conflict with trying to cover whatever we're doing for that.
Okay. So it sounds like at the very latest, bring it to in June. Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I would prefer to be in June.
June.
Give us ample time to get it to you and let you critique it.
Okay. All right. I'm seeing a majority consensus then, unless anyone else wants to weigh in.
Anyone opposed to June for the city manager?
Okay, thank you. So we'll get you something, get it back from you by, bring your changes, then we'll bring it back to you in June. And then lastly, the proposed fee restructuring and Cultural Leisure Services Advisory Board. This is just an update from the workshop that the council had with this board. And the board met in March and discussed their proposed fee structure changes. And they're ready to come back to council in the future with those changes as an item for discussion. They don't feel that another workshop is in order. So you can look to them in the future at a future meeting, potentially next month. But we do have some board members present, and Molly is also here, the director, if you have any questions about the process that they've gone through.
At this time.
All righty. Thank you. And that concludes managers' matters. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for our city manager? Comments? No. Okay, great. Thank you again. We are now at the consent agenda. Tonight we have really 3 items numbered 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, which consist of the approval of the minutes for the February 3rd, 2026 City Council and Culture and Leisure Services Board joint workshop that was just referenced. Also, the minutes for the February 17th, 2026 City Council regular meeting and the March 17th, 2026 City Council meeting. Item number 8.2 is a school resource officer, SRO, for the City of Cocoa Beach, a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the City of Cape Canaveral and Cocoa Beach to share the cost for the SRO assigned to Cocoa Beach Junior Senior High School. And the last item on the consent is 8.3, which is a resolution number 2026-08 for the Culture and Leisure Services Board member appointment, Mr. Adam Creeves, who we just interviewed. Council, should we choose to remove any of these items, or we can pass them en masse?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to remove 8.2 for some discussion. I had some questions on that.
Okay, we will do that. Any other council members desire to remove any other items? Okay, look for a motion.
Make Make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 8.2 for discussion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King to approve the consent agenda, which consists of items 8.1 and 8.3. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Let the record show items 8.1 and 8.3, the consent agenda, pass 5-0, which brings us to the 8.2 item pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I had some questions on this because from what I understood, we have BCSO that provided a SRO for Cape View, and that was not part of this this MOU in the past. So that was from our BCO contract with BCO to provide our service here in our city. So we were paying then, but providing our own SRO, if I'm correct. Does anyone know whether that's the truth, Mayor Morrison?
In my 7-8 years here, yes, we covered the cost for Cape View through the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I am not aware historically of doing an MOU with the city of Cocoa Beach Police Department for the Cocoa Beach Junior Senior High. This is the first time that I can recall, and if anyone remembers.
Well, I think the SRO is controlled by the Brevard County Sheriff's Department. The city, I don't believe the city of Cocoa Beach. Is that correct, Commander?
Would you like me to step up?
Please.
Yes, that's a great question. Welcome, Commander. Thank you for being here.
Sure. I knew you'd eventually put me on the hot spot. Gotcha. So the Sheriff's Office has the main contract for the SRO program, but the individual cities have a separate contract with Brevard Public Schools for their SROs.
But wouldn't we be paying for an SRO for Cocoa Beach Junior Senior High?
So typically, like with Cape View, the Sheriff's Office had a separate contract with Brevard Public Schools to supply that SRO. If you guys ever had funding involved in that, I'm unaware of that particular cost center.
So it was directly funded by the school board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and we paid for, the resource officer before for Cocoa Beach, correct? So,
I'm not aware.
Okay, and that's where we have no school. So, with this, we have no school. I'm like, okay, how does this all come out in the wash now? Because if we're helping pay, and there is a percentage in there, and there are finances that they gave us in the agenda item, but I would kind of like to understand how the agreement worked before and what the numbers are, which I know the city manager and I discussed that as far as what the numbers are and wanting to see the finances, because we definitely have a different situation this year than we've had in the past. Now, I was unaware that BCSO was directly contracted to the Brevard County Public School System before, so I wasn't sure if we had any funding in that before for Cape View's SRO. So now we know that we did not, and we, how have we been funding it before? And, is it this, should we just go into the exact same agreement, or do we need to take a look at it? Is what my question is.
Can I say something? Okay. We also have students who, after they migrate out of the 6th grade at Cape View Elementary, were attending, if they weren't going to a private school, they were attending Cocoa Beach Middle School and High School. So were we also paying a portion of the SRO costs for those students that we were sending over to Cocoa Beach? And if so, how did that whole financial thing work?
It's a good question. Let me ask our interim director, Mr. Blacker, for Cape View, do we have a separate line item for that school resource officer?
We did not have a separate line item for Cape View.
Okay.
But I can provide some more information on the contract and the breakdown of what we pay for this SRO with Cocoa Beach.
Great.
So, I'm sorry, bear with me. Okay, here I have it. So the total contract, the total SRO, the total SRO contract for Cocoa Beach and Brevard County School Board is about $240,000, and Brevard County, the school board covers $150,000 of that, roughly. So what's left over is $87,000 between Cocoa Beach and the city of Cape Canaveral. And so how that leftover portion is broken down is by the number of students. And so we've been provided the number of students by Cocoa Beach. There's roughly 1,400 students at the school. About 374 are from Cape Canaveral, so that percentage is 27%. Therefore, that portion, that 27% of the leftover $87,000 to pay, is the current price of the SRO for the city of Cape Canaveral to pay. That is the breakdown of the total cost.
Which was 27,000 and...
It is 23,433.
Councilmember Willis helped point me the exhibit here. But did we pay this? So the thing that I'm having a hard time with is historically, as Councilmember King said, after 6th grade, Cape Canaveral children went on to Cocoa Beach Junior Senior High. What's changed, or what will change for the 26-27, is that K through 6th grade will now be attending Roosevelt. And so that's where I would think if we had a change, it would be there. But if I understand, we never had a separate line item historically or anything, and I think it's just confusion on my part. But
so, and that was my question, Mr. Mayor. So, the Roosevelt SRO, is it provided by Brevard County Public School System?
The elementary school, the younger school, I do not know off the top of my head, because since we've had Cape View, we did not pay a cost for that. It may have been directly through the school board and BCSO, but this portion for the Cocoa Beach Junior High has been a repeating expense where we pay our portion to the Cape Canaveral older school kids that attend school in Cocoa Beach.
Okay, so it sounds like that does not include, that is what we were doing before, which was the, K6 and above, or whatever grade they go to, And so, do you happen to know?
As far as Roosevelt?
Uh-huh.
So the way it works is, post Marjorie Stoneman, obviously legislation was changed and every school had to have what's called a safe school officer, which is either a law enforcement officer or a sheriff's office trained guardian. So either Roosevelt has a guardian or a law enforcement officer. I just don't know which one they have right now. And if they have a guardian, that's funded by Brevard Public Schools.
Councilmember Willis?
Joey, in our budget, page 65, we have SRO officer line item under the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. And for 2024, 2025, we are showing a cost of $15,770. Is
Yes.
that correct?
That is
so
correct,
we do
yes.
have a line item for SRO.
Yes, and this, to confirm, that line item for SRO is specifically for the Cocoa Beach Junior High.
Okay, so it's not.
That is the clarification.
It's not Cape View.
Yes, that whole That is Fund 602, so a separate fund from our general fund. That whole fund's purpose is to set money aside to pay our portion of the students that attend the Cocoa Beach Junior High, specifically for that. So that line item is dedicated to the Cocoa Beach Junior High,
Okay.
not to Cape View.
All right, so we're basically going to be paying $27,000 in addition to this.
The upcoming cost for next fiscal year is going to be just $23,000.
And what is it there?
Oh,
15,000?
15,770 for this past year.
So it'll be 8,000 more than last year, the 15? Is that?
So the 15,000 is for the fiscal year 24-25, which was last fiscal year. The current fiscal year,
So just to understand, this SRO is for both now. What is being proposed here?
I do not believe so. This is only for the junior high, I believe, but I can confirm that because I have in front of me the breakdown,
together.
and I'm just given the students.
What was I think the junior, senior high, it's 7th through 12th.
But the 27% represents Cape View.
No,
No.
it doesn't. That was being funded by Brevard County Public Schools.
But that is
Oh.
where they got the 27%, was how many students are coming from Cape View.
They're going to Roosevelt.
They're going to.
Coming from Cape View to Roosevelt.
Right,
So
that
if
would
they're-
make sense.
Right.
No,
But if this is for the junior high,
It's for the junior highs.
right, but
Not
what is that
Yeah.
27% then?
I can confirm whether this takes into account the additional students going from Cape View that will now be going to Roosevelt, but at least historically, this specific line item, this amount has been set aside for the Cocoa Beach junior/senior high school. But we can confirm if we're going to be charged more due to the elementary school kids.
Well, this agreement is for this current fiscal year beginning in July, so this is to pay for the upcoming school year.
Did we have an agreement in the past for the line item that Councilmember Willis referenced, page 65? Okay, maybe that's something that was administratively approved because, I don't know, it was below 20,000 or just the way it's always been.
Every year there's been, this has been presented, I believe, on the consent agenda, and it's just been passed through. So this has been a yearly recurring thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would just like to understand whether this 23,000 is only going to cover the junior, senior high. Well, then what are we going to be responsible for Roosevelt?
Yes, we can confirm that.
And I think I would feel fine adopting it to know that those numbers get verified and any adjustments can be credited or changed after. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, I think you obviously pulled this, and it's a good thing. I think we're getting some clarity and some open questions, but is your intent to,
Well,
anything else?
and that's fine on approving this. I just wanted to understand what it's for. And if we could, once again, verify Roosevelt, because if it's set up like Cape View was, where it's funded straight through to the school board system, then we wouldn't have any additional on top of this. But just wanting to make sure, and looking at that increase, I would kind of like to understand that number, where it could, it's jumping 8,000, but, how many students did we have last year compared to this year, for example?
So we said 15,000. Took Councilmember Willis's book here. I'm looking, it was 19,372 is what we adopted for the fiscal year we're in right now. So it's really, once we verify,
Okay.
increasing by 4,000
And
roughly.
I would point out that on the document on the screen, the fourth bolded line down does say that this is for the main campus of Cocoa Beach Junior Senior High School. But this is a good question to bring up. We can confirm if our price will be raised due to the situation with Cape View.
Yes, I would just like to understand how Roosevelt is contracted, since ours was contracted straight to them. And thank you, Mayor, I'm glad you looked, because that's really not that big of an increase for that, if we have the same number of students. I don't know if we do.
Yeah, the decision to close Cape View would not change anything. Those children in 6th grade are going to the junior, senior high, and then it dramatically changes Roosevelt. But, okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve this MOU for the Cocoa Beach, with the understanding we'll get more information on Roosevelt.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Willis. Council, any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4. Consent agenda item 8.2 passes 5-0, which brings us to,
I'm sorry, Mayor Morrison.
please.
For the consent agenda, the approval of the minutes, March 17th is, did you note that it is going to be postponed to the next meeting?
I did not, but thank you. Council, we adopted item 8.1, which lists the March 17, 2026 City Council regular meeting minutes. We were provided supplemental info saying that's going to be postponed. City Attorney, if it was not the intent or there was no issue with that, do we need procedurally to do anything different, or can I just get consensus that the intent was to adopt the February 3rd joint and the February 17th regular meeting, even though the 17th is listed on there?
So, with respect to the consent, which set of minutes is not going to be incorporated?
The March 17th.
March 17th? Then I would ask for unanimous consensus of the council that the prior vote did not include the March 17, 2026 minutes. March or February?
March.
Okay, do we have consensus? That the agenda item 8.1 does not include March 17, 2026 regular minutes, which are being postponed. Any opposed? I see consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are items for action. We've got a few of them on here tonight. The first one is 9.1, which is a specimen tree removal. A motion to consider the removal of one specimen tree at 108 Oak Lane. We provided the application impact per our code 10241. Specimen trees may only be removed under extraordinary circumstances or hardship and require final approval by the city council. Before going any further, I'll ask our city manager and any.
And this is a straightforward application to develop one's private property. The matter's been reviewed by staff. Tamsin Bell, our director, is here to answer any questions, should there be any. But they plan on replacing the one tree with several trees to continue the canopy in that area.
Thank you. Council, any questions for our city staff regarding the application that we have in front of us?
Ladies first.
Thank you. My question is, with every specimen tree that is removed, is there a certain number of trees that have to be planted to make up the difference? like 3 for 1, 2 for 1? Or does it depend on the type of specimen tree?
So I'm sorry, Councilmember, there she is.
There she is.
You may have to repeat
I
that
will.
question.
Hi, Tamsin. That's all right. When you're ready.
All right, well, for tonight, the staff recommends that the city council approve the removal of one specimen oak live tree at 108 Oak Lane based on the findings. The specimen tree is located directly within the footprint of the proposed residence. Due to setbacks and lot configuration, they tried to reevaluate this multiple times, were unable to find another way to build on their own land. So we do prioritize protection of specimen trees, and that's why this request is here tonight. The applicant will be restoring the canopy by replanting another oak and 2 crepe myrtles.
Okay, so my question then is, when a specimen tree is removed, how do you determine how many trees have to be planted to make up the difference for that one that's removed?
We have a tree bank and a scale. There's about, and I'm not quite sure how experts have done the math on that, but in our code we do have a cost comparison for valuation of trees.
So if, let's say it's a live oak and it's been there for, let's say, 50, 60 years, in that case, if that has to be removed, what would be the remedy for that? I mean, do you put a price tag on the live oak that's being removed?
Yeah, and I think there's a size and scale in our code on that helps us determine what would go back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all figured out. It's formulaic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for asking.
That was your question? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely. So the applicant will be putting in replacement trees to restore the canopy. So we will be working with them to replant that.
Follow up. Canopy, you've mentioned that a couple of times. Does that play into this as well? A bigger canopy? You want to put in trees that are going to somehow equate that?
Well, I believe the reference is more to a canopy as in our designation as a tree city.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So our recommendation is to allow for this removal.
Well, we all love trees, and
Yeah.
certainly going down the presidential streets with trees instead of parking lots is much more beautiful to see.
Yes.
But I've been to Oak Lane, and I've seen Oak Lane, and I'm assuming it's the property that's being excavated and cleared? No? Okay, it's not that. All right, then. Wrong Oak Lane, sorry.
And we do have a card from the applicant, Mr. Odijan. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I didn't want to. Please proceed, Councilmember King.
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear from him, to find out from him what his thoughts are on
I
this.
think if what we can do is make sure that we finish, if you don't mind, hold tight, any questions with our city staff, and then I agree we can hear.
Excellent.
Just to clarify anything, Mayor
Okay.
Pro Tem Jackson?
Yes, I had a couple of questions. So this is the property that is directly behind Circle K, and I remember that place. It definitely needs some care. How long ago do you have any idea how long ago the property was purchased?
I do not.
Okay, so we'll ask you that when you get there. Okay, and that was my main question for right now, Mayor.
Great. I've got one question. On the first page, right after the agenda summary, the city arborist request form says the number of trees to be removed has 2. The application shows 1.
Oh, yes, correct. They amended their request to reduce the removals. The original inspection was of 2 trees, and then they said that they would only remove 1.
Okay, so it wasn't a matter, that they're removing 2, but one of them may not meet the specimen criteria. They're actually going to keep the other tree, as we understand?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions before we hear from the applicant? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Odejon, thank you for your patience. Please come forward. If you did fill out a card to speak, and so the floor is yours.
I did, yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Antonius Audions. I am the dad of Peter, who's the owner of the property, and he's planning to build his home there. And so I think you have a survey there with the proposed home and the 2 trees there. Otherwise, I can show you.
We do.
So the live oak proposed for removal is approximately 2 feet from the home footprint. At that distance, it's not possible to construct a foundation or install utilities without significant disturbance to the tree or the proposed foundation. And we've tried to play with the house, to build around the tree or to move the house one way or another. And it's very difficult because the setbacks are limited. It's a 75-foot wide lot. So while the city arborist confirmed that the tree is healthy, so the issue is not its condition, but it's the location. And unfortunately, it's also the way it's leaning. That the other tree that's also on the drawing is straight up, and we don't have to do anything there. But the tree that we are proposing to remove, unfortunately, I think it had a branch before going east, and that's been broken off already. And so the other very heavy branch is going right where I feel like any construction, if you want to build something on the property, it's going to be right in that area. So it would be tough to do, I think, if you want to get insurance or even to meet code. So, yeah, we like trees too, and we'll remove as few trees as possible on this property. And so, based on the city lands development code, this request meets the criteria for removal, we think, as the tree prevents reasonable use of the property. There's no feasible alternative design, at least what we feel it isn't. We tried several combinations. So to mitigate the impact, I think you already told her that we propose, or my son has written this for us, we propose planting 3 replacement trees. I was told we would do 2 oaks and one myrtle. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay.
And so we respectfully request your approval so we can move forward with this plan. And thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. So when was this property purchased?
November of 2024.
Okay. That was my question.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Okay.
It's a beautiful piece of property.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You've seen it?
I'm looking at a photograph of it right
just
now.
a photograph you supplied. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all I had on public comment cards for that item. All right, council, so we can continue to comment, ask questions, or make a motion.
Are you entertaining a motion?
Yes.
I move that we approve this applicant, his request to replace the specimen oak with 2 oaks and a crepe myrtle.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember King and a second by Councilmember Shorriak. Any further discussion?
I'm going to discuss it.
Discuss?
Okay. Where I see where the tree is located, this is an old oak tree with the width of that trunk. And this code was in place in 2024 when this property was purchased. So this is truly one of those things where you got to do your due diligence when you're buying property. Now, I understand that, you know, the applicant is willing to go in and plant additional trees, but I'm going to tell you, we're taking down more big trees. I mean, are we good with that? Because that's why we put the ordinance in. I would consider it more of a hardship if the ordinance was not in place prior to the purchase of this property. But, I mean, truly, we have to check what we do when we buy real estate. So I'm not saying that anyone should change their mind or anything like that, but it's also in the application, it says the applicant has put that the tree is diseased, but the arborist is not noted that the tree is diseased. So, I mean, I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm just saying there are a couple of things there, and everyone needs to be diligent when you're buying property, especially in a city on a barrier island where we're running out of developable lots, because, you know, we've got other developers in this city that are wanting to take down trees this large for their developments, and going in and allowing that for one and not allowing it for the other ones that have things, subdivisions out there with us for permitting. We have to be careful about what we do. So that's my only comment.
I'd like to say something to further that. I was under the impression that these oak trees have extensive root systems, and these root systems are important for our barrier island to give us stability. It forms like a web underground, and so they're important for that as well. And I don't have proof of that. I was told that by a tree specialist. I don't have it in writing, but it makes sense that these root systems, they go out far and wide, and they intermingle with other root systems to form kind of a mat underground, which provides us with some stability. So I just wanted to make the note of that.
Thank you. Excellent comments. I think that, as far as the disease, I read that too, and, you know, the date of that, it said it looks diseased, was on January 21st, and I think when we heard tonight, it made it clear that it's for the location purposes, but yes, that caught my eye. The removal of a tree with the replacement, I like that. I think that's good. And it's sad. I've never met anyone who, hates trees, doesn't like them. In the efforts that we put in to try to protect them, absolutely, Councilmember King, they're just from a stormwater management standpoint and a wind mitigation standpoint, oaks are amazing to help with both of those, from drawing up a lot of water, as I understand. And I'm thankful we got a city arborist who was to go out and able to confirm the health of the tree. The issue that I wrestle with, and I've been here many times on tree removals, is did the property owner take reasonable efforts to try and overcome the issue? And I think he did, but even without it, especially our city attorney could weigh in more, but state law came down pretty hard on local government's ability to regulate. And so what's very important is that if somebody's trying to build a property at a place to live, that's life safety, literally trying to have a home to live in. And if the tree's in that footprint or it's going to affect that, that's where I tend to side on the side of the human in that respect. But you can't get a 40, 50-year-old tree back overnight and the benefits that come with it. I do hope that we hold accountable on the planning, and that's something maybe we can take up in the future is, trees get planted, they're very vulnerable in their first couple of years, and the tree bank, they don't make it, and it just sort of goes away. You never learn anything, else about it. And so just making sure that occurs. And the other thing, and I actually chatted with our city manager about it, is we only see the removal of trees in most cases. That's what our code tells us, and we do have the power to create a tree bank. But Zach and our team, I think they've taken some inventory. I would venture to say we see a net increase in trees in the city. That doesn't mean we're getting 30, 40, 50, 100-year-old oaks back. But we are seeing, from the visual, not supported by data, a lot of new trees that gets planted. And I think when, we see an oak removed and, an inferior species, especially a non-native species, I do like to see oaks replacing oaks because those are the most valuable from my understanding. And we had a lot of oaks. We lost a lot of oaks talking to some of the old timers because of the Australian pines, those giant invasive. They provided a huge wind block along the edge, and the oaks, like our library, thrived in the middle of our city, gave that structure and foundation. Well, then they came in and removed a lot of them because they're invasive, and so the oaks have suffered a lot with a lot of the hurricanes and the winds. But many stand today, and in this case, due to the location of it, from what I can see, I've been down this road several times, it is right in the middle of the property. And when you apply the setbacks, like the applicant said, I think it's tough to justify. And I do hope that they replant. And so I would support the motion. Councilmember Willis?
I just have a quick question for Tamsin. On the tree bank, is there a minimum size of replacement?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure the answer to that. I know that we have the size of the specimen trees that we've been talking about. The minimum to remove was, 24 inches currently, and that hasn't been reduced.
Well, having a
further.
required size replacement
Yeah.
would work towards helping it survive.
I would have to consult the code to find that out, but I'm happy to do that.
If there isn't, I would like to see that we find some way to incorporate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Great questions. Any further? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Hearing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay.
We're going to have a ceremony for it on the day you take it down.
Item 9.1, specimen tree removal, was approved 5-0. Thank you for your time and your efforts. Brings us to item number 9.2, which is a resolution number 2026-06, a memorandum of agreement for highway maintenance along State Road A1A with the Florida Department of Transportation. City staff is asking for us to make a motion to consider the adoption of this resolution. And it's read here. With that, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is renewing an existing MOA that began roughly around 2014. Prior to that, the city was maintaining rights-of-way on state roads. We entered into an agreement in 2014, renewable every few years. Currently, this agreement would be for 3 years with a one-time opportunity to extend for another 3 years. The amount of money that the city would be reimbursed for its efforts to maintain state roads in our city would be $8,148.96 per year, paid quarterly in the amount of just over $2,000 for routine maintenance and so forth. And we have our city staff, June Clark, is here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Council. Resolution 2026-06 is explained by our City Manager and our Director.
And just to reiterate, these costs will offset what we're paying another contractor to maintain our rights of way. It'll offset the costs that we already pay out.
This is great. I'm glad we're getting compensated for our efforts and work. Do we have any questions for our Director or city manager, city attorney. If not,
Seems like a win-win all the way around. Yeah.
yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-06.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion on the item?
We can't squeeze more out of them some way. Can't we squeeze some more out of this?
We're trying.
Hearing no further discussion, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
Or
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4. Let the record show item 9.2, Resolution 2026-06 passes 5-0, which brings us to item 9.3. We're at 9:18 p.m. I would like to call a 5-minute recess, or as soon as we can get back in, just a brief one before we take on item 9.3, the Fillmore Avenue reconstruction.
we are at 7:18.
Right.
What did I say?
9:18.
9:18.
I
Let the
looked.
record show I was wrong. I said, no, really?
Yes,
See, that, we really need a break then. Thank you. With that, we'll reconvene here in 5 minutes. So, thank you.
No, you're never wrong. You're just not always right.
Let the record show that I would never correct.
All right. All righty, I'll call the meeting back to order. It is 7:29 p.m. And we had just left off finishing up item 9.2. We are now on to item 9.3 under items for action. This item is the Fillmore Avenue reconstruction. This is a consideration to award the bid number 2026-01. And this council here today has heard this item at the last meeting. We made some requests, and I'm going to have our city attorney or city manager and or both give us just an overview here of what's before us. I think we've all had a chance to review it, and with that, city attorney.
Okay. So that is correct, Mayor. This is a consideration of bid award number 2026-01. At the last city council meeting, the council considered this initially. The council gave some instructions to get additional information. And so it's coming back to you for consideration. Just to recap, this is for the Fillmore Avenue reconstruction project. The city received several bids. The two lowest bidders are Massey General Contractor and Gibson Register. Massey General Contractor bid proposal from a pricing standpoint is slightly less than Gibson Register, to the tune of $24,091.50. So those are your two apparent lowest bidders. Based on the council's instructions and discussion at the last meeting, additional information was requested to both of the respondents to the bid. They were given the option to submit additional information if they felt necessary regarding the similar projects, which it was a requirement under the bid documents to list similar projects within the state of Florida. They have both elected to submit some additional information. My understanding, all of the information regarding the similar projects has been provided to the city council for consideration. The agenda item states that, under the award of contract section of the bid documents, the award of this bid is subject to the city council's consideration and approval. The city reserves the right to waive technicalities, irregularities, to reject any and all bids, and to accept that bid which is the best interest of the city and the sole and absolute discretion of the city. Furthermore, as stated in the city code, when the council awards bids, price is not the only factor in awarding a bid. Section 2-217 states several considerations. Actually, there are 10. Those are listed in the agenda item for reference. In addition, the city code says that in the event that the city decides to consider a bid that is not the lowest bidder, then a full and complete statement of the reasons for placing the contract elsewhere shall be prepared by the city, filed with other documents relating to the invitation of bids or request for proposals. So essentially, in other words, the council is not required to award to the lowest bidder. The council can consider all of the factors and determine what's in the best interest of the city. In addition, staff and the city's engineer of record, Kimberly Horn, did provide a recommendation regarding the proposed award. That recommendation is stated in the agenda item. And at this point, my suggestion to the city council is to, under the circumstances, given the closeness of the bid, is to give each of the respondents a brief opportunity to come and say hello, present their qualifications, and address really the primary concern that the council had at the last meeting, which was to hear about similar projects that they have experience and how their experience is best suited for the city of Cape Canaveral's proposed Fillmore redevelopment project. So that would be my recommendation and suggestion to you. I know Tim here regarding his recommendation is present, and I think somebody from Kimberly Horn here. The city's engineer of record is even present. And staff, of course, can answer any questions that you may have, at the council's discretion. One other point, I think, once the respondents come up and give their presentation, I think council needs to feel free to ask the respondents if you have any particular questions regarding, their proposals and qualifications. I think that's perfectly appropriate. I would, suggest you just, in order to keep it structured, give them an opportunity to speak, ask your questions to that respondent, and then give the other respondent an opportunity to do the same. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, City Attorney, for that overview. And just to repeat back, I think that's an excellent recommendation. Similar to how we conduct, public hearings, the order that I'm proposing is, now that we had the brief introduction and explained all the parties that are here, we do have 2 cards here in front of us. But before going to them, we can ask, I think at this time, if there's any technical questions or anything related to our team here, or city staff. I would include Kimley Horn as a part of that questioning as well on what we've been provided. After we've had the opportunity to ask those questions, as the city attorney recommended, we'll go to the applicants in the order that they came in. And I keep saying applicant, the respondent. Once the first respondent comes up, we can ask any questions at that point, and then directly, and then the next respondent can come up, we can do the same, and then we'll bring it back to council, and that's our opportunity to discuss, ask any further questions amongst ourselves and our city staff. And yes, the council, when applying the code referenced, and would need to make a decision, which could include, the motion should state, consider to award the bid. And just wanted to clarify that that's what we're voting on tonight. And as stated, the introductions, the qualifications, and then the specific request was information about similar projects, as we had already taken this up at the last meeting. And so with that, council, at this time, I've had a chance to review everything. Do we have any questions for our city staff? Yes, Councilmember Shoryak.
Hi, Tim. Any of the information that you received in the second pass, did that change your mind either way to one vendor or the other?
You're asking what my final recommendation is, I'm guessing?
Yes.
It's still with Gibbs and Register.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a question. When you were comparing the qualifications of both of the bidders here that we're considering tonight, was there very much of a discrepancy in the capabilities between the two?
Discrepancies as in?
Well, discrepancy as in qualifications, experience, all of the metrics that you would use to compare and contrast between the two bidders. And did one of them come out ahead of the other just based on their work record?
With the additional information or from the original information?
With all of it.
With all of it?
Yes.
So we internally created a grading schedule to do our due diligence, me and Laura here. And Laura was the main caller that called each reference of similar like projects. Mm-hmm. We divided them up, tried to put in one category DOT projects, highway projects, but then similar projects was what we wanted to concentrate on. So we took both Gibbs and Massey's similar like projects and started digging into them, calling references, looking into what it had entailed and everything. And what we came off of that was different grades, of course. We saw some discrepancies with MOT in the beginning of some of the projects or during the projects.
on one side. And within that, we kind of posted our grades from those things. Whatever we're going to do on Fillmore is what we were looking for. I don't know if that's an answer exactly to your question.
What does MOT stand for?
Oh, I'm sorry, maintenance of traffic.
Okay, okay. So that was something that was of concern, maintenance of traffic?
Absolutely, yes.
And which of the two came out ahead on that one?
Massey's came in below Gibbs and Register, so Gibbs came in
Okay,
first.
and it was a criteria measurement that gave you that, that conclusion?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Laura, would you like to speak to this at all?
Just on what Tim has said, when calling, all of the references have, stated both good things about both contractors, that they're capable of doing the work. The only difference was there was a few, I guess, points with MOT issues with Massey. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for city staff before we hear from the respondents? Councilmember Willis?
Tim, I know that the packet was limited in how far back in time they could go. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
The project on West Central, wasn't that Gibbs and Register that completed that project?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so they're accustomed to the city.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Great questions. Thank you. Any further this time? City Attorney, anything before we go to the respondents?
Do you want to hear from Kimberly Horn as well, or just staff at this point?
Kimberly Horn, I know that you, please come forward. And I believe you provided some documentation and reviewed the project.
Hi, well, thank you for having me today. Worked with the city, reviewed all of the bid packages, and came to similar conclusions. I don't think it comes down to either contractor's ability to do a roadway project, but I think the key points and the similar projects were really what we focused on. And in that, what Kimberly Horn found, in our professional opinion, was the Delaney Avenue project that was done in the city of Orlando has a lot of the same aspects for the Fillmore project, especially for maintenance of traffic with the residents. For this to be a successful project, we need all of the residents to be happy with the construction going on. So we found that they just had a more experience with that and came out on top, in our professional opinion.
Thank you. And for the record, would you mind stating your name and?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kimberly?
Matthew Wanzer with Kimberly Horn.
Matthew
Wanzer.
Wanzer, thank you. And I didn't check, was that the letter from, obviously, Kimberly Horn, but that was under your review?
It was, yes.
Thank you. Any questions for?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So it seems that the contention here was the MOT. Kimberly Horn noted that. Tim, you and Laura have noted that. But other than that, I mean, that's a huge thing. Can you explain what the problems were?
I wouldn't say that there's necessarily problems. It was through the projects that Gibbs and Register submitted. They showed that the challenges with doing MOT in a residential area, those specific challenges, they've done that in the past recently. Specifically, the Delaney Avenue project is City of Orlando, heavy residential. I'm from Orlando, very familiar with it. And there's just a lot of challenges when you have that many residential driveways involved, and making sure residents are able to access their property while their roadway is being reconstructed. So providing that as a reference just was able to show that they're capable of doing that work, which gives us confidence that your residents along Fillmore Avenue will get the best experience that they possibly could during a construction project like this.
So they exceeded the experience of Massey?
Just based off the information that was provided, yes.
All right, thank you. Tim, did you want to say anything to that, add to that?
No, with the original information that we received from the first go-round, I saw that there was a lot of sewer, a lot of stormwater, a lot of all around everything that we're dealing with. The additional information that Massey did give me did clarify that they were able and willing to do those as well. However, of course, first impressions are the biggest in my book, so that's kind of where I lean to. But when it all came down to it and boiled down to it, it was the MOT. As you know, Fillmore is a very important road, a very delicate road. And so when I look at it from a capital project's eyes, I want to make sure that all residents are taken care of properly, that they're going to be happy, that not with just what we're doing, but how we're doing it. So in the end, I had to make a judgment call. I also looked at it also in the eyes of possible change orders, possible increases in payments, increases in finances, increases are all around. I just wanted to be very careful when it came to this. When it comes to taxpayers' money, we have to be careful when spending this kind of money. And a $4.5 million job project is a really expensive project, so we need to do our due diligence and make sure that we're doing right by the citizens. So that's...
Okay, and so your confidence lay with Gibbs and Register?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Wasner here? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our city staff this time? Yes, Councilmember Willis?
Tim, Laura, was there any similarities in the LID, low impact development, between the two companies?
I believe the only LID that I saw was actually in a new submitted project from, I hope I'm answering the question properly, new submitted project from Gibbs. I guess they did some LID.
It was Cleveland Street was what Kimley Horn referred to.
Okay.
I just didn't know if there was anything in the Massey.
When it came to LID, no, I don't think so. I don't remember seeing anything.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and go to the first card, the respondent. It's Letitia Massey Ferreira. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome.
Yes, excuse me. Good evening. Leticia Massey Ferreira, Vice President of Massey General Contractor. First and foremost, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide the additional information and for hearing us today and the consideration today. I did provide a packet for everyone. The first round of paperwork here is there are 3 letters of recommendations. The first one on top is from Seminole County. We are currently doing their largest project, and we are well ahead of schedule with them. And really, they couldn't be happier with us. We just completed a project that was City of New Smyrna Beach and New Smyrna Beach Utilities Commission. They were done in conjunction in a residential area, heavy residential. And we received letters of recommendations for both of them. We were nearly 3 months ahead of schedule to completion for those projects. Additionally, I just submitted a letter that we had sent to Mr. Carlisle. He did mention the grade scale that they were working on. This project was an ITB and should be awarded to the lowest, most responsible bidder. We believe that is us. We were the lowest, we are responsible, and we are responsive. That's just some verbiage there. And additionally, we provided the previously provided additional references that do outline all of the scopes of works that were completed, and some aerial views of where these projects took place, just to show that we do work in residential areas. So, thank you.
Are there any questions for the respondent at this time, representing Massey General Contractor?
I think I have a comment to make. I want to compliment you on the effort that you've put into this. Not only did we receive your first package to take a look at, but we also received your second package in the mail. And I'm not sure if this third package that I have in front of me is an additional one. I've not had a chance to look at it, other than reading those letters. So I do want to tip my hat to you for your effort, because it's quite evident to me that you really want this job.
We do, yes.
Yeah. And so with that, okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the respondent at this time? Councilmember Willis?
Thank you for appearing and supplying all this information. Do have one question regarding our RFP, or our request for a bid.
Yes.
Was there a particular reason that you didn't supply all of this information the first time around?
Well, no, we did supply, so we supplied it to you twice. So the first set of references here that I have that were the same ones that we sent along with the additional information. I don't know that maybe at first glance they appeared to be residential. Howland Boulevard, while it is a wider road, it is a residential road. Turnbull Bay Road is a residential road. We do have some county work. They're all in conjunction and in and near residential roads. So, and there are some other ones, again, that are back here. And we did provide, we also did provide some current projects just to show how ahead we are. We paved almost $2 million worth of work in 19 calendar days. So our teams work quickly, effectively, professionally. I don't have any knowledge of any MOT lacking. Our crews are certified in advanced MOT.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
I had just a question. I've gone through your materials multiple times, and one of the things that I was seeing in the bid packages that you gave us, or the proposal, the packages that you gave us, was a lot of them have, they took longer to complete due to the COVID and hurricanes and things like that. What ones show a normal condition as far as, completing the project on time? Because those are really, that make it hard to judge.
Yeah, no, I understand that, absolutely. So if you look at in the newly provided information, the two jobs that were done, they were just completed just recently, the North Atlantic Drainage Avenue project and the North Atlantic Water Main project, that were done in conjunction with both the City of New Smyrna Beach and the Utilities Commission. Those were done and completed. Our original substantial completion date was June 2nd, and we achieved substantial completion on March 5th. So we were well ahead of schedule on that one.
Okay, so those were both New Smyrna Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The City of Castleberry was done within the appropriate time allotted. The City of Titusville project, and of course, as far as it relates to change orders, until whoever the contractor is digs the ground up, you're not going to know whether additional work or different work is necessary. So whether that's us or Gibson Register, that is an unknown for everyone. And with more work and different work comes more time.
Mr. Mayor, I have
Yes,
a question
please.
for Tim.
We want to, I think, if we can hold that one for the city staff and just focus on the respondent right now. If there's Massey Construction, general contractor, excuse me. Are there any other questions or comments? Just want to say thank you for being here, providing the information, and allowing us to get a better understanding. So,
Thank you
if
very
there's
much.
nothing further. Kind of in the same order there, the next and final respondent is Mr. John Rodriguez. Please come forward. I believe President of Gibbs and Register.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us time to speak to the council. Yes, I'm John Rodriguez, President of Gibbs and Register, and we obviously were one of the respondents to the bid here for Fillmore Avenue. There are in the invitation to bid, there was specific requirements and timeframes and things for us to respond to and provide appropriate similar projects experience over a period of time, which I think was 4 years, if I remember correctly. And we did that. We feel that we've responded appropriately. We've responded with the type of projects that are similar to the Fillmore project. We did so timely. We don't, your invitation to bid has really specific requirements and things that we are supposed to do and things that we're not supposed to do. And, we've adhered to that. We don't think it's allowed for us to come up and really have presentations and conversations directly with the council. It specifically states that in the invitation to bid. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the conversation taking place here and what took place in the meeting in March, but I'm here to answer any questions about our bid, about our company, our history, and our experience that you feel is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Any
you.
questions? Mr. John Rodriguez with Gibbs and Register Incorporated. I'll take this time to, all I have to say is thank you for the time you've put in and providing us the information that we need. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much.
Yes. Okay. Did not have any other cards other than the two respondents on that. And knowing that, we'll go ahead and close public participation on this item. Come back to council. This time we can talk amongst ourselves, clarify anything, discuss the motion, and I think the recommendation that we have here from our city staff and the engineers is to consider awarding bid number 2026-01 to Gibbs and Register. As our city attorney explained, the applicable code 2-217 has those 10 items, a chance to review. And in the event, the one statement I want to make is, yes, lowest and responsible bidder, but our code does state in 2-18-7, award to other than low bidder. The procedures for that, since the March meeting had a chance to really dig into this and review it, and get the confidence with our city staff that no matter what direction the council goes, we are ready to take the necessary next steps. So council, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, I don't know if you had a question or at this time, I think.
Well, I had a question for Tim, just as it's a project-related question, though, but it helps me with some of the things we've discussed. So, as far as what is existing on Fillmore, as far as the sewer, water, stormwater, and that sort of thing. Now, I know we've done GIS mapping. I know that we've discussed, and I'm not sure how far along the inspections with cameras and all of these things. So my question is, why do we have a scenario where I'm hearing we won't know until we open the street up? Because we have a pretty good idea, do we not, of what is under the street on Fillmore?
We do. I can relate to what Massey's saying when she said that. There have been instances in project management where you do start digging into the ground and things that were not foreseen, such as buried objects and things of that nature. I've seen a lot, and I know that anything's possible.
Okay.
So those are the things but when it comes to utilities, they're normally all marked. When it comes to where our sewer pipes are, they're all marked, GIS'd. So those things are easy to notice. It's the unforeseen weird stuff that we run into.
Okay, so regardless of vendor, we could have a surprise based on something historically being there that we don't even know about, time capsule or who knows what, right? But as far as what we've done as a city to map out our utility, stormwater, sewer, water lines, all of that, we're good. We know where they are.
Absolutely.
Okay. That was what my question was. Thank you.
Great question. If there are no other questions, or we need to talk through anything, or do not need to talk through anything further, I think the council has options here, and it'd be looking for a motion to award the bid to the contractor. We choose. Yes.
I'll make a motion to award the bid for the Fillmore project to Gibson Register.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson to award the bid to Gibbs and Register. Bid number 2020-601. This time, is there any discussion on the motion? City Attorney?
Just for clarification, is that motion based on the recommendations of Kimley Horn and staff relative to the reasons expressed to go to a bidder that's not the lowest bidder in accordance with the requirements of the city code? I inferred that from the motion, but I wanted to get clarification.
Yes. Need anything more than a yes?
No, that's all I needed.
City Attorney, for me, it is the fact that we're paying for an engineer to give us a recommendation, and we have done due diligence to allow both vendors to come back and bring us any additional information, and I've been able to look at both sides. I've had time to look at that. So for me, that's it, along with how our code is written and ensuring that I'm selecting the best vendor for the city, in my opinion.
And while I didn't make the motion, I will say in the discussion of the motion on the table, in our discussions and the professional recommendations we've been provided, and the reasoning for those recommendations that we've discussed at this meeting and the last, and the ability to meet not only 2-217, but 2-218-7, being that this is not the lowest bidder, that would be my comments. And I think that I support the motion as well. So. City Attorney, do you need any other clarification?
No, sir.
City Manager, any comments or from our team of staff here that need to be made?
No comments, Mayor.
Council, any further discussion on the motion? No. Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
4.
Councilmember King?
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
The record show the motion passes 5-0. Item 9.3, awarding the bid number 2026-01 to Gibson Register Incorporated. Thank you both very much for your time. We're at 8:04 p.m. now. Item 9.4 is in front of us, which is the lift station number 3 expansion project. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Lift station number 3 exists in the city Cape Canaveral wastewater duplex lift station. It's over by West Central Boulevard and Oak Manor Drive. This lift station, we anticipate an increase in need for well space, and so we are looking to get some approval for some engineering through Tetra Tech, and then some later we'll come back with some SRF funds to finish the project. But here to answer any questions is Tim Carlisle, but we are seeking a motion to consider approval for $303,892 to Tetra Tech for the engineering services for this project.
Thank you, City Manager. One technical question. I believe you clarified this. Just want to make sure I confirm. These funds would come out of the wastewater
That's
treatment,
correct.
not the general fund. That's excellent. That is
That's
a healthy fund, right, Mr. Blacker? Thank you.
This is a capital project submitted by Tim Carlisle, so each here, if you have any questions.
Okay, great. Any questions for Capital Projects Director? Anyone? Seems straightforward to me. Had a chance to review it. If not, looking for a motion.
I have
Make
one.
a motion.
Sorry, I have one question for Tim.
Please.
Okay, so Tim, this is for our engineering, including civil engineering and structural engineering, correct? And then they will also do the project management for this project once awarded. Do we have any clue what the construction, ballpark of what the construction and the implementation of this would be at this? I know that you hadn't had it engineered, so you don't really have that. But normally, what kind of ballpark range are we talking about for this type of sinking a well?
Yes, so we're in luck because I'm wrapping up the stormwater and wastewater facilities master plan that we are going to be propositioning to you guys hopefully in the next couple months with the resolution and ordinance, and this project's actually included in there with the cost. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull it up real fast, but I wanted to say it was around $657,000 if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, that's really a good number. Thank you. That was what I was curious about.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the item. Purchase of $303,892 to Tetra Tech for engineering design.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. We are on item 9.4. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Item 9.4 passes 5-0 to approve the Tetra Tech engineering design for lift station number 3 in the amount of $303,892. Thank you very much, Tim and the team.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now at item 9.5, which is resolution number 2026-07, Auditor Selection Committee. The manager and staff is looking for a motion to consider the adoption of this resolution, and the substance is defined. And with that, I'll pass it to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, James Moore has served the city well as our auditor for the past 16 years. But in seeking to follow the guidance from the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, which recommends that state and local government entities obtain independent audits of their financial statements and single audits if required based on our use of federal and state grant funds. They also recommend that we consider selecting new auditing firms every 5 years. James Moore has served us faithfully for the past 16 years. And we think it's time that we just move in another direction with our auditor and get the city back on onto a 5-year schedule when it comes to auditors and our finances. So as the mayor said, we're seeking a motion to consider adoption of this resolution. There's a couple of things that the council will have to do if the council approves this resolution. And those things are, the council will have to, after adopting the resolution per Florida state statute, then appoint a council member to serve as the chair of the committee. And once that a council member is appointed, they will oversee the committee action in the selection process, the RFP process that will follow. But the final thing is to authorize the city manager to appoint the 2 other committee members. Florida law recommends or mandates you have at least 3 people on the committee. We recommend that we keep it to 3, and if so appointed, to select the other committee members. Then we will seek people who have a basic understanding of governmental financing and reporting and auditing, and also know that city employees are prohibited from serving on the committee. So we'll go outside of our city to find these other committee members. So that's the item for your consideration.
Thank you, City Manager. The helpful screen in front of us, if we could just scroll down to that very next page where there's that nice summary of what the City Manager just defined that we can consider today. So I'm going to repeat back. Obviously, this resolution is establishing the committee. Then to fill, and then it speaks for itself, the size. And so I think we just want to think about that resolution by itself, and at a minimum, getting that done tonight will, I think, send us in the right direction. If we decide that it's a 3-person committee or more, I think if I understand, state law requires that one of those be a part of the governing body of this body here. And so if we choose, and we want to decide that tonight, we would need to select one of ourselves to be on that, and their role would be chair of that committee. And then as far as filling the other 2, 3, 4, however many seats, 3 is what's being recommended. How do we want to fill those 2 other seats? And the option to authorize the city manager and or another method. And so with that, I think we'd take these all 3 separately if we decide to move through all of them. And
Mr. Mayor?
yes, Councilmember Willis.
Make a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-07, establishing an auditor selection committee.
Second the motion.
I get a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King to adopt resolution number 2026-07. We have that resolution attachment number 1. It's about 6 pages, 3 double-sided. The big items. 3, just a brief discussion. We're all aware. We're good with the 3. I do have a technical question on that. City Attorney, is there or City Manager who might know a quorum requirement that's talked about? So if we, one of the risks of 3 is you're so lean, you can't, maybe make quorum. City Manager brought up a good point. I think for this isn't a board that's going to continue to meet. Its job is defining the resolution, following state law. There's a high probability all 3 are going to be there to meet. Mm-hmm. But is there any issue there with quorum or in the event one can't make it? And with that, what happens if one of those members are whomever chairs it on this board?
So, as a practical matter, there shouldn't be a problem with establishing a quorum because it's as you indicated, Mayor, it's a limited function advisory committee that also creates, the RFP. Typically, from a practical standpoint, they're very flexible with 3 members in establishing the schedule, and frankly, would not meet unless all 3 were there anyway. From a practical standpoint, the intent is to try to get the RFP document worked up quickly, put it out on the street to solicit RFPs, submittals, get them back, look at them, and then ultimately make a recommendation to the council. But 3 is a very flexible committee. Doesn't meet unless, all 3 are available. That's what I've seen in practice.
Okay, thank you. And this committee is recommending, but the council, like our other advisory boards, would make the final decision on the auditing firm?
Yeah, the council makes the final decision regarding the auditor and the final contract.
So the resolution, as we're deciding on the size, do we want a recommendation of 3 to give us advice on who the auditor would be?
Yes.
For the city?
That's
Okay.
3, right.
Now, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
I have a question about quorum and sunshine law with this committee. So if we have 3 and we had 2 people talking to each other outside of the meeting, would that be considered a quorum?
It would be considered, the sunshine law applies to this committee as well. So once the members are appointed, the sunshine law applies to this auditing selection committee regarding the subject matter that the committee is charged with handling.
Okay, so with
2 members of the same committee should not be discussing business related to that committee.
Okay, understood. And that's what my question was, because normally with meetings under Robert's rules and sunshine law, if you have 3, if 2 are talking, that's a quorum. But with the committee, I wasn't sure if that was still the same as a...
In terms of establishing a quorum? I mean, 2 would establish the quorum because it's a majority.
Okay.
But I don't think the statute addresses the minimum quorum requirement, but the sunshine law applies.
Okay.
Right, to any meeting of 2 or more members of the same committee regarding the subject matter of the committee.
Okay.
And from a practical standpoint, and obviously the way this is set up, is to try to be flexible. There are cities tend to help each other with it. There may be a finance director from another city in Brevard County that might offer their services to provide some expertise, because you can't, as the manager indicated, have members of the city staff serving on this committee. They can be advisors, but in terms of having, the statute was looking for people that have that type of expertise, right? So, and I've seen cities cooperate with each other about.
And that brings me to the question of on authorizing the city manager to appoint the 2 other committee members. So I understand what you're saying. They may be someone in another city. But can we have the final say? And it's not that I don't trust our city manager, I totally do. But boy, there's been some cities out in the news recently in Florida. So I want to make sure that we're,
Well, you actually bring up a good point. So by approving this resolution on page 1 of 6, we would not need to take up item 3. It's basically included in this resolution, which the last line under section 2 says members of the committee, and towards the middle, page 1 of 6 of the actual resolution, attachment 1. So if it says committee members shall include 1 member of the city council and 2 other qualified persons selected by the city manager. And so this resolution would address 3. And if I hear you, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, we would need, the motion on the floor is to adopt it as written, so potentially amend this.
I would, it just makes, and it's not, like I said, I trust our city manager. He's doing a great job, obviously, during our, meeting where we evaluated him. But there are some cities right now that are going through some, some challenges. And since this deals with auditing, I want to ensure that we have, and maybe it's just giving him direction for it, that we define something as far as the criteria for selecting that. I don't know, city attorney, city manager, could y'all weigh in? Just because there's some things out there nowadays, it's a little crazy.
Sure, I would offer that, someone has to get the process done and find the people to do it. I think that once the chair is designated by this council, then I can work with that chair to come up with some type of criteria that we would want to look at, the type of person, if we want to look at some resumes or something in between myself and the chair, contact those who we think we would like to serve on there and get their take on it. So that would be my offering to how to move forward.
And I'm actually okay with that. I think that as long as we're looking at the financial stability of the cities that we select, that we're in a better position.
Well, I could tell you as your city manager, I have a keen vested interest in who our auditor is.
Exactly.
I will not fail this council on this point.
And I know that. I have faith in that.
And I think that this is, in that section that we have up here, so the criteria is, just says the committee should possess or obtain, members of the committee should possess or obtain basic understanding of government financial reporting and auditing. And so if we wanted to expand that further, but that there is some minimal criteria there. My question, as we're talking through this, is it says city employees shall not serve. So that would be unqualified on the committee.
Correct.
When it says city employees, I assume this is derived from state law of some sort. And does that mean any city employee anywhere? Because I don't know what the intent necessarily was.
City employees of the organization setting up the committee.
So a city employee, a finance director at another organization would not cause any issues with state law. But what is the intent of city employees not serving on the committee? I guess do we know the reasoning why? Conflict?
Conflict of interest, integrity of the process.
Right.
Separation of duties. And that kind of stuff.
That's what I think too. So our city manager selecting who those members are does sort of get, do you see what I'm saying?
I guess I would rather see he selects the members and then we approve them, like the interview process, like we did for the.
Like recommends?
Yes, recommends, and then we interview them and make the selection as a council.
Yeah, I just don't want to cross over. Can a city employee recommend who will be on the committee? And that was it. And I think I'm totally fine with what Councilmember Shoryak said and we've discussed. I think just as long as we're looking at that.
Mayor, if I can offer a suggestion, as a member of the Florida City County Management Association, I have plenty of contacts to reach out to with city managers across the state who have gone through this process, and I can get their input and guidance. The city attorney has gone through this process through other cities. Our city clerk has also gone through this process. So I think we have the collective body of knowledge to be able to bring forth some candidates for you. I appreciate the suggestion of the council approving. I would caution the council on, we're seeking someone to volunteer their time who knows where they're coming from, at what expense they're coming here, and if they have to go through some type of, approval process, that might limit our people who would consider volunteering. In municipal government, county government, we all go through the same issues and challenges. We're not the first city to, want to go through this process. And I think, my colleagues are more than ready and willing to help out and give us the best proper guidance on how to make this decision. I think the council will be satisfied. We're going to pick the best firm, the best people to pick the best firm, excuse me.
Okay, so the motion is on this resolution. We're addressing parts of the motion. Let's try to, are there any changes or amendments to this resolution? We've got.
I would like to ask a question, of course.
Yes.
So could the wording be committee members shall include one member of the city council and 2 other qualified persons selected by the city manager and approved by the chair?
I don't see a problem with that.
And that way the chair, which is a representative of council, has the ability to approve the candidates.
In writing, I guess just how would they approve? Is it, do we have to meet, to our city manager's point, or just city manager comes with these 2 great candidates and?
Well, the committee chair would approve.
Yeah, they would
on
meet.
behalf of the council.
The committee,
Right.
the
But
committee would
but
meet.
the city manager would say, I've got two candidates that I think are going to do a good job to be committee members. We're saying, how does the chair formally approve those 2 members? What's the best way to do that?
Appointment by the city manager with concurrence of the chair.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm not going against it. I'm just saying, want to be clear on how they approve. And that's not burdensome. It's not requiring another council meeting or anything. Okay, so I think the idea is amending the language that you read there one more time.
Committee members shall include 1 member of the city council and 2 other qualified persons selected by the city manager and
Concurrence of
with
the chair.
concurrence of the chair.
Concurrence of the chair. Just on that amendment, council, what do we think? Any concerns with that?
I think that's very good. And it's essentially what our city manager said, only in a different way.
Okay. So before, it'd be good to make sure there are no other amendments. And so we can just state them all. I think we're all okay with 3. We've established how those committee members will be the 2. Others will be selected. It tells us how the council member would be a majority vote, which we can, I think, take that up, I think, after this, city attorney. Should we, when ready, fully adopt this resolution and then as a second motion, or would it be better to incorporate it in this resolution?
I would do a second motion.
Okay.
Approve the resolution, with the amendment, and then get on to seeing which lucky council member gets to serve on the committee.
Okay.
I'll retract my motion to amend it to adopt resolution number 2026-07 with the edits added, to add with concurrence of the chair under committee established.
Before anyone seconds that, just want to touch base with our city attorney so we don't get too deep. Is that the motion was made, Councilmember Willis clarified? I don't know if you amended the motion.
Yes.
Is that
I don't know if there was a second. Was there a second to
not
your
on
first?
this?
Not
on
this
the
one, but there
second
was on the first.
Oh, yeah. So, you can do unanimous consent to withdraw the entire first motion, or alternatively, Councilman Willis' motion would be a motion to amend the main motion to add the language with concurrence of the chair.
After withdrawing, or?
No, either or. I mean,
Okay.
it's one or the other. You either withdraw it and do a new motion,
Yeah.
or you just do a motion to modify the main motion, which was to approve the resolution as written.
I make a motion to modify the motion,
The main motion.
the main motion, resolution number 2026-07, with the amendments.
Okay.
Now you need a second on that.
Need a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, got a,
Now you need to vote on
Yes.
the amendment.
so got a motion by Councilmember Willis and seconded by Councilmember King to modify the main motion of the resolution. Any further discussion before we ask for a roll call? But this isn't adopting it final, just the amendment. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
Or,
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, the motion to modify the main motion passes 5-0, which brings us back to the main motion on the floor
As amended.
as amended. We're all clear on the amendments?
Yep.
With concurrence of the chair. Any other? Are we scared to amend now? I'm sorta. Not gonna lie.
Oh, boy.
I think we can if there's no further discussion. City Clerk? Let's call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, Resolution 2026-07 is adopted as amended, 5-0. And now we, per the advice of our city attorney, can choose, or it says in the resolution we just passed, the city council member appointed by majority vote of the city council shall serve as the chair of the committee. And so my comments before any motions would be, I will absolutely serve on that. However, if anyone else is interested, I think that's, I'll take a step back unless the council feels strongly that they would like me.
I would be willing to serve, but I would defer to you.
And I think Councilmember Shoryak, you do come to mind with your background.
I defer to you as well, sir. I'm willing to serve, but
You are? Yeah, well, maybe that's good. We're all talking willingness to serve.
I would like to nominate Mayor Pro Tem to serve as the chair of this.
And I'm willing to serve, but obviously, we're all willing.
Well, the question in my mind is, who understands the governmental financial picture to be able to take on this responsibility? And well, you're pointing to the mayor, but the both of you, I think, are definitely qualified.
Yeah, I think any one of us would do a good job.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if you have time for all of this.
Absolutely not. But I am willing. Yes, no. And that's why I strongly, I don't think I stated what I said is, unless this council says, yes, please do, I would actually like to withdraw my interest in that. And so the three are willing. I think we're all willing, but interested. Councilmember Shoryak, your background in finance, maybe you tell us a little bit about that.
I passed the CPA exam in 1994, and auditing was part of that, one of the sections. And I did serve as an internal auditor for, I think, about 3 or 4 years earlier in my career, but.
Yeah. I knew that. You had some understanding.
I think it's great.
It's been a long time since I took that test, so. I do not have a CPA license in Florida. I have my license in Mississippi, and Florida, I think, requires a master's degree, so I never got the license here, so. I do have a certificate.
And you are interested in?
Sure, but I mean, if somebody else wants it, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a lot of years, so if somebody wants to step up.
I have withdrawn, and I'm proud to
I
say
don't
that.
want to do it. Let me go on the record. I don't want to do it.
I'm willing to do it.
I think he knows the vocabulary, he knows the workings. I think that would be Mr. Shoriak would be a great choice.
Look at that, Tom.
It's only a one-time thing, too, so it's not going to be.
Let's hope.
And this council's going to end up
No,
making
5
the
years.
decision.
5 years.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, how are you feeling?
I'm willing, but if Tom wants to do it, that's great. I feel confident that Tom will do the research that's required at the state level through all of that.
Yeah, I don't have to get along with the government end of it. I mean, government, I remember there was a section on the CPA exam in governmental accounting, and I read through all that stuff and spit it back out at the test, and I've actually been studying it a little bit.
Yeah, and I feel certain that you would prepare yourself as necessary, right? So,
Councilmember Shoriak, do you feel like you possess a basic understanding of governmental financial reporting and auditing?
Basic, yes.
Okay. Because
I
I think
would-
that's the only criteria I see.
Yeah, I need to maybe sit down with Joey a little bit. He's on my list, and learn a little bit more about how the city is accounted for.
Okay, and should anything come back where you want to change directions, or anyone, whoever we choose, I think we can quickly go down another interested committee chair. Okay, so
Do we need to make a motion?
yes,
Well, I move that Councilmember Tom Shoriak be appointed to serve as the chair of this committee.
I'll second.
got a motion by Councilmember King, a second by Councilmember Willis, appointing Councilmember Shoriak to serve as the chair of this auditor selection committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none? City Attorney, are we in line?
Sure are.
It's been a while. You can get us straight.
Committee up and run soon.
My comments are thank you for everyone who's willing to serve, with an exception of me and
Thank you.
Councilmember King. But no further discussion. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoriak,
Can I vote on this? Okay, 4.
Honorable.
Conflict.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay.
Let the record show. Passes 5-0 to appoint that. We've adopted our resolution as amended. We've appointed our chair, and city manager has the authority to go out and, as it's written, select 2 other committee members, and now that we know, Councilmember Shoriak, Chairman Shoriak, in that capacity is will be in concurrence with it, and they'll follow the procedures, and at some point, it'll come back to the council and we'll make that decision. And I just wanted to say one other thing. Thank our city manager and city attorney. As said, 16 years working with them, and I think this is going to be doesn't happen often. Well, it hasn't happened, but a step in the right direction. So it's time, and really looking forward to it. Okay. Any other final comments on that one? Absolutely. Congratulations, Councilmember Shoryak.
Thank you. There goes your retirement.
Okay. Which now brings us to, we have 2 public hearings. Both of them are on second reading in order. The first one is item 9.6. We took this up in March. This is the second reading and public hearing on ordinance 01-2026, beachfront dunes and native vegetation protection and enforcement. This is our first ordinance of the year, April? Just because the nomenclature 01, I guess so.
Yes, that initiated in 2026.
Yeah.
You had a couple of ordinances, I believe, that were adopted in 2026, but were initiated in 2025. So they had an old number.
That's great. Thank you for clarifying. City Attorney?
Okay, ordinance number 01-2026, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, providing for the protection and enforcement of beachfront dunes and native vegetation on public property, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. As you indicated, Mayor, this is second and final reading of this ordinance. It's also a public hearing item. There haven't been any changes since first reading. The ordinance is ready for consideration of adoption. And just to reiterate, as the title indicates, this is about dune protection and beachfront vegetation on public property.
Excellent. Any technical questions for our city staff before we go to the public? There were no changes from the first reading and second one. I think I remember some questions. Talked with Connor and the native plants and.
I have a question for Tamsin.
Yes.
Tamsin, is there anything here that you would like to add or expound on for our edification?
Oh, sure. This is a pretty straightforward, common sense measure and that protects our public assets, our shoreline, our property, and helps prevent storm surge. So this really just clarifies the local authority over our own public land, prevents damage to our dune systems, and provides clear enforcement mechanisms where they don't currently exist. So I would say that this is a low cost, high reward, and pretty straightforward.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Great question. Anything else, Councilmember King?
No, we love our beaches. We want to preserve them. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tamsin.
If there's no further questions, this is a public hearing item. If anyone would like to speak on this item, I want to just double check, see if I've got ordinance 01-2026, item 9.6. I don't have any cards, but because it is a public hearing item, if anyone would like to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation on this item, bring it back to the council. Any debate, discussion? City Attorney?
Just point of order, we need to wait for Councilwoman Jackson.
Absolutely.
To cast her vote, because she's still present.
Thank you for that. The question is, does she know?
I don't know if you want to take a brief recess until she comes back into the chamber so she can cast a vote.
Council? Just a few minutes, give a chance. All right, we're going to recess and reconvene here as soon as we're all back in here. It is 8:57 PM. Call the meeting back to order. We are on our first public hearing item tonight. It is the second reading of that item. We went to public, we brought it back to the council. Was a motion made? I think so. So the motion has been made. We've got that. City clerk has that motion.
No. Can you repeat the motion, please?
I believe.
Or the, I don't have I don't have it written down, first or second.
Who made the motion? I did. Councilmember Willis made the motion, and I think it was Councilmember King seconded. As written, no changes.
Got it.
Okay, got it. All right, any further discussion on the item?
Yep.
This is second reading of public hearing ordinance 01-2026, beach dunes and native vegetation protection and enforcement. Hearing no more comments or discussion, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
4.
Councilmember King?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Shoryak?
4.
And Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right, ordinance 01-2026 passes 5-0. We are now on to item public hearing numbered 9.7, which is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 02-2026, reasonable accommodations request. City Attorney.
Okay, this is ordinance 02-2026, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Subpart B Land Development Code, Chapter 110, Zoning, Article 9, Supplemental District Regulations of the City Code to add a new Division 10, Reasonable Accommodation Requests, establishing procedures for processing requests for reasonable accommodation from the city's land development regulations, which shall also be applicable to certified recovery residents in order to comply with Florida Statute Section 397.487, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is also a second and final reading and a public hearing item. There haven't been any changes since the first reading. As the title indicates, Florida statutes now requires the city to establish reasonable accommodation procedures regarding certified recovery residences. And this ordinance proposes to establish those reasonable accommodation procedures. Those procedures can also apply to requests for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act or the Americans with Disabilities Act. So the process would also work in those circumstances as well. As I indicated during first reading, there are times where city land development regulations must yield in order to provide a reasonable accommodation for compliance purposes with the ADA and the FHA. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have. The ordinance is ready for public hearing and consideration of approval.
Thank you, City Attorney. Ordinance 02-2026. Do we have any questions for City Attorney or appropriate staff before hearing the public? Seeing none, this is a public hearing item. If anyone here with us today would like to speak on this second and final reading of Ordinance 02-2026, reasonable accommodations request, as read by our City Attorney, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation, bring it back to the council. Any further discussion or debate on the public hearing item? If not, we will look for a motion, please.
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number 02-2026, second reading.
Second. Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Shoryak to adopt ordinance 02-2026. Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
4.
Councilmember King?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Shoryak?
4.
And Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right, ordinance 02-2026 passes 5-0 on second and final reading. which is the end of our public hearing items. We, at the beginning of the agenda, the proposed agenda item 9.8, recommended moving that after the two discussion items, 10.1, 10.2, and so we'll, I guess, call that 10.3 for the sake of this meeting, which brings us to our items for discussion. First one is item 10.1, city-owned EV chargers, submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I brought this agenda item to discuss the status of expenses and revenue on city-owned electric vehicle chargers and discuss and potentially get a consensus of looking at possible changes to the business model for the city. So I wanted to look at the status of EV charger expenses and revenues and discuss the option of potentially decommissioning existing equipment and entering a lease agreement with vendors that provide the equipment. And typically, just so you know where I'm coming from on this, I know someone that's a civil engineer with large cities, municipal governments, also deals with airports and all types of municipal projects and state projects as well. He has given me information in regards to the EV stations that are being offered. A lot of cities are abandoning maintaining the equipment and instead going with with various companies that provide equipment. They also pay leases to the city for the parking spaces and the square footage where the chargers are located. And then there's a percentage that the government, whether it's airport, municipal, state, or county, they would get a percentage of the charging. And when this happens, there's some benefits. It removes the fiscal responsibility for the ownership of the EV charging stations because the city doesn't own the equipment, and instead it eliminates our annual maintenance for the equipment because we have a maintenance contract for that. It also takes care of them monitoring their own equipment, so we wouldn't have to look at any monitoring if we do pay a different fee for that. It eliminates the equipment costs, and it produces income, even if it's small, for the lease of the parking spaces and the land the charging equipment is installed on. So it becomes an income-producing situation versus a situation where we're paying expenses to have that service. So the current situation, and we had different things that we looked at, and Zach has been wonderful keeping us up to date back then when I had discussed this in early 2024. But we had spent around $110,000, and our chargers are mid-grade, I think. Isn't that correct, Zach? Correct. Okay. So they're not the fast chargers.
No, they're level 2 stations, so that's 110 volts. Takes several hours to recharge a vehicle. Level 3 example would be the superchargers over on A1A by Tai.
Okay.
Those are like 420 volts.
Okay. And so it puts us at a disadvantage when we have that bank of fast, high-speed chargers by Tai that are Tesla chargers. And it makes it difficult for us to keep up with the cost and keep up with having a service that we can, really compete with for that. So we've had those Tesla bank of chargers that were installed on the west side of Mangrove Marketplace by Tai. We also added additional patrol rounds, which were required because we had to leave the gates open at Manatee at night and also around the C5. and the end of Central, is that Central Park at the end of Center Street, increasing the number of Brevard County patrols during nighttime hours on the location where our chargers are located. So the number of chargers in Brevard County has increased. Some hotels have them now in their parking spots. And so I went out and got some of the vendors that do provide this service. And so Tesla does it, of course, EVgo, ChargePoint, AmPal, and SciTime. And so municipalities can generate revenue from leased fast charging EV stations through various business models and pricing strategies. There's some key points on how this works. There's advertising models that work through apps and with partner companies to advertise ours along with other chargers in the area. They have dynamic pricing models where they can implement dynamic pricing strategies to adjust the cost based on demand and usage patterns. And the utilization rate charging stations can benefit from high utilization rates where the station is used frequently, leading to increased revenue. It can be the electricity cost can be factored into the pricing strategy. And literally, with the civil engineer that I spoke to, many of these companies are paying for the electricity as part of their package with leasing. They are taking care of their own electricity for the chargers. So these strategies help municipalities manage the costs associated with EV charging infrastructure, and they help contribute to overall economic development. It takes us from a place where we have this service that there are people that need it. When you see the number of snowbirds that come into the area with EVs, there are quite a few of them, and they need a place to charge, but we're going to have a hard time competing with a Tesla high-speed down there. So this would give us the ability to take and turn it around where, Zach could potentially work, and his team could potentially work with the vendor, handle the contracts, handle the being aware of maintenance reports and various things like this, and staying informed and doing a lot of contract and vendor management while we're not paying the costs and having to worry about updating them to keep them relevant, because it changes so rapidly. So that's what this agenda item was for. It's a little thing, really. It's not a huge amount of money, but I think that we need to look at, are we going to stay relevant with them? There are people that use them, and if we use it in this manner, we can start making whatever we make instead of paying for the service when we have mid-level chargers. So that's my agenda item.
I could throw some numbers your way if you'd like.
Please.
Probably help your point.
Yes, thank you, Zach.
So over the course of the program's lifetime, with the new stations that we added way back now, all the way in 2023, December 2023, that we've recorded 3,387 individual charging sessions and have generated just over $12,568 in revenue while expending $15,000. So the original, a little bit of story time. Have you heard of a company called Rivian? Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. Actually started by a gentleman from Brevard County.
Yes.
Rivian is a play on Indian River Lagoon, strangely enough. That's where the name comes from. The city was in very preliminary discussions for Rivian to do exactly what you're talking about, where we would become a host site for their stations on a leasing model. And we were getting kind of close. We were starting to formulate agreement, and Rivian unfortunately backed out It was back in 2022 or 23 when they were still trying to get their legs under themselves. And I think they shifted more into production of their actual cars rather than their station build out. Nowadays, it's probably come back a little bit to doing both. But I think that model that you're talking about is something that is definitely worth looking at. A lot of cities will tend to allocate a dedicated hub, so to speak. City of Orlando, for example, has a downtown hub where there's like 30 stalls, but someone came in and put those in, and they're getting the revenues and getting the lease money off that. So I think it's very possible. You just have to go out and find the right company.
And I agree from speaking with this engineer. He handles, a lot of the U.S., but a lot along the eastern seaboard, and a lot of companies have converted because you can't keep your chargers updated, rapidly because they're changing. And I think that we need to take a look at that. I would just like to get a consensus on this item so that we can give the city manager direction to work with Zach and his team to look at what our options are there, and that way we can take a look and see if it, which way might be the best way for us to go on it.
I suggest too, in the interim, if you would like us to do while we investigate that, we could redo the existing fee schedule of the stations and do a market reanalysis, see if we're still cost competitive with the rates that we charge. And then also even we could look at implementing things like dynamic pricing, and it could be reworded in a way where it's on the city manager's authority or something. If there's a major event like an Artemis launch where the beaches were completely full and
Right.
charging was in high demand, we could boost it on certain days.
And that's actually a great idea, because no matter what we decided, if you found that, this was a good option, no matter, it's going to take time to do it. So those things could help during the process.
Sure. Yeah, we could look into that.
It's great.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Willis.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. This is exactly what I introduced back in 2022 with the Rivian idea, and they basically dropped the ball on us. And with technologies changing, there were not these options 3 years ago that we have now. But as far as additional expense goes to it, the Sheriff's Department doesn't make special patrols of these places. They're doing it anyway. So it's really not a cost there from the Sheriff's Department, because any car that is still plugged up to the existing chargers has to pay a fee as long as they're connected. So if they leave their car plugged up to the charger, we're getting more money. But that's neither here nor there. But I think if we can possibly get someone to come in and take ownership of these things and turn it into a leasing model, that would be an excellent choice for the city. So I agree with the effort here.
Yeah, in terms of EV technology, 2023 might as well be 200 years ago. So.
And that's what I'm talking about. We're on the Space Coast, and where we were ahead with it when it was first, when we first went forward with this, you can't keep up with technology in a government situation when it's moving super rapidly, not unless NASA gives us money for charging updates every other month.
I'm sure the mayor remembers, but prior to originally doing this in 2022, 2023, we were giving it away. Mm-hmm. And
that is an unsustainable and not a kosher
not a
model anymore.
model, yeah.
And
it's too large.
I actually remember that a certain business here in town was taking their entire fleet over there and charging at Manatee Park, because I brought that into council and discussed it before I was on. But I just think it's a good thing, and thank you, Zach, for being willing to look at how we can utilize what's out there now and work with, companies to bring what we need into the model so that we can make some money off of it, or at least cover itself.
Sure. We can do that.
Any comments? I got a couple, just want to make sure. Councilmember Shorey?
I think that's an excellent idea to outsource this. I mean, the way I look at it, the city doesn't have a gas station for people's cars, and we're on the hook for it. So if we want it as convenience, that's great, but this way we're not on the hook for technology changes and all that good stuff, and we don't lose money on it. So, here.
Councilmember King?
Ditto.
Ditto.
I was never, ever for the EV charging stations, I will tell you that. And when I learned that we were giving the electricity away, infuriated would be the word I use to describe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I think this is a great plan. Let's move forward with it.
Thank you. Yes, my comments are, we stopped the bleeding, if you will, and I think, just want to point out a couple of things. Convenience is important and speed of charging is important. Those Teslas, those level tier 3 are major kilowatts and volts coming through. They're almost comparable to filling up a gas, not quite as fast, but they're moving a lot of watts through there quickly. However, as the utility infrastructure that's required and the cost to support that level of charging for convenience, it's probably more expensive, it's just less time, is significant. And, as a city, when we look at demand and substations and transmission and the distribution lines, right, this country, EVs even just continue to become more popular at the rate we can all debate. We saw it's going to be everywhere. That we're going to have a serious demand problem, not from the economic term of demand, but electricity demand is that, when your lights flicker, you probably need a new main service panel in your house, 150 amp, maybe 200 amp would be more. But the benefits, and one of the ways forward, just from a big view, is, don't completely run from the tier 2 or even tier 1 chargers, because those are slow and low. They never peak the demand. If you're doing it overnight, what do you care? But there's a need for both. And so, I'm always hesitant the level 3s are needed, absolutely. When you gotta you have a quick charge, and in America we love it right now, but the overnight and the rationale and the benefit of having slow and low does keep demand down. And otherwise, if you really run the math and the model, that if every home had at least one EV car and everyone, our grid is old, and it would cause some major just security issues on the grid. And so as we're trying, first I'll just say yes, absolutely to this. I think it's a great idea, always questioning our processes and exploring opportunities. Fully think that's a good idea. It sounds like we obviously got the team that can do that, but there is a benefit of keeping some of those lower tiers for the grid, for the consumer. I think that there's a lot of folks out there that would rather do that, especially if it costs a little bit less. When we talked about the dynamic pricing, I think that's an excellent idea. It would be really interesting to see, what did Artemis do to our charging stations? Did we see an increase? What about Blue Origin? Any peak?
We can go back and look. We can correlate to, I just have to find the date and then put a rocket launch to it and see if there was any discrepancies.
I'm counting 28 months, December 23 to, I guess, roughly today.
To March of 26.
So a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
And, he's like, where were those
launches?
Volatile, where we saw peaks. And that would be the market opportunity, I think, to potentially try to test out dynamic pricing. But, you know, it's all about the numbers in this and so much of what we do. And I think we should look at just, if this sounds like not just financial, but risk, you know, that who's going to maintain it, that, you know, the indirect costs. You know, I think we have an electrician on our city staff, but you know, it's going to take their time too to go out and to fix and to troubleshoot any issues. My thought when we first did it, when we stopped the free and move, was, you know, it's rare to find investments in cities that you can make that, yes, it might take a few years to get your money back, but that's far better than a lot of other investments. And so when we explore this, my comments would be, and I think these have been provided, there was the initial capital outlay of money that went out to buy the equipment and to install it. Did you say it was 100,000?
110.
110, that's right.
That was for the upgrade, though.
Yeah, that was to switch to the new stations.
Yeah, let's just run it from, so yeah, there's costs prior, right? And if we calculate the 0 cents per kilowatt electricity that we absolutely got an FPL bill on, and, you know, not even going there, but just starting with the new, it was 110 out. And then did I hear that the net, $12,568 over the 28 months of revenue that came in from the fees, and the cost was roughly $15,000, which was negative.
Correct.
Over the 28-month period?
Correct.
So year to date?
That's a combination of electricity expenditures and the networking fee to keep the stations running.
So the cost, the FPL bill?
Yes.
Then the agreement that we signed with the service provider has annual, is that what you're saying?
It's a networking fee.
The
yeah.
networking fee. So when we look at that over time, over 2 years, just like on a spreadsheet, just like a cash flow, I'm seeing 110 negative, and then annual is 15,000 over 28 months, whatever that is. It's $450 a month on average in revenue, and I didn't calculate 15,000 divided by 28, but that's all the cost.
Yeah.
And, you know, we had, you know,
we have not
low
done
maintenance for repairs, I would imagine.
Yeah, I was going to say we've actually spent $0 on like physical maintenance needed.
Okay.
They are under a warranty, which is nice. But the thing that is the most expensive is the networking fee. That's actually the most.
So it's $450 a month on average in revenue, with $535 in costs, the
Right.
networking fee and electricity costs.
Correct.
And so when we run that out, if nothing changes, it's going to take, and this is what Mayor Pro Tem Jackson was raising, it's going to take a long time to get our $110,000 back.
Yeah, if you do the leasing model, you forego the upfront capital costs probably, or make it much less, and then you just continue to generate more from the lease agreement. Plus, you could probably work out some type of revenue exchange or cost share.
And so as we look into this, I would want to know, what do we do with the existing equipment? And last would be, while we don't have gas stations, I agree, you know, similar power, do any of our city vehicles, are they able to use it? Because at a minimum, when our team goes home at night, they can plug in and you got an electric car, it's for city use. That's more convenience. You're not really paying, but you have the proper equipment to plug in to. But do our hybrids?
We have one all-electric
So
car in the fleet. The rest, the other alternative fuel vehicles, I'll call them, are hybrid or just all gas.
But they don't require charging.
They do not.
Okay.
They're regenerative braking.
Okay, those are my questions. I think that Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, the idea is to look into this and at a future date maybe bring something back about other models and opportunities.
And I have one last question for Zach. So Zach, on those numbers we spent around 15,000, that includes power costs, right?
Yes, of the breakdown, so the specific number is 15,527 and 62 cents. 5,327 of that is power cost.
Okay.
The lesser of the two. The other 10,200 is the networking fees over 2 years.
And what was that number again? I'm sorry.
10,200.
Okay. But the power cost, 5,000.
$327.62.
We can provide
That would be helpful.
all
So
the info to you.
if we found a lower networking fee, that alone would make it revenue positive.
It would. If the networking fee wasn't a factor, we would be making money.
Okay.
Now, the networking fee also includes the monitoring of the stations for the AI monitoring for the stations.
Yes, that's what gives it
For
that.
self-repair, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for those that don't know the stations, they do have an programmed AI to self-diagnose software issues, and it can reconstitute them if there's an outage, which is nice.
I have a quick question. Is the networking cost dependent upon the unit?
No.
Or can they be separated out? Can we get a new network agreement using the same equipment?
That I don't know, honestly.
I didn't know if they were, proprietary.
Yeah. It's a NovaCharge product. That's the company. I don't know if NovaCharge would be too keen on,
Well-
hey, you can use our, but I mean, it's something that we can investigate. I envision it would be probably just a whole new company.
Brings their new charger
Right.
in. Now, would there be any difficulty if they brought in a more current version with having to have it rerun, wiring redone?
I would strongly urge that they remain the same level 2, 110 volt. It would be a lot on infrastructure, just from a practicality standpoint, to get them up to a level 3. And I think the diversification of it is important too. I mean, you get the selection of premium and regular gas at the pump station, but it's not always best. You shouldn't be using a level 3 station all the time on your car, It's
Well,
not good for the battery.
To the mayor's point, the charging stations in Banana River Park, we have residents.
Yeah, they use
Rather
them.
than install a unit in the
Somebody
condo.
trying to get back to Tampa or Orlando, charge up. or
Well,
whatever.
no, I mean, people who live in our condo complex just drive over to the park and plug up. And if it takes 6 hours, that's fine. They're doing it overnight.
Yeah.
Now, one last thing I just wanted to mention, because Councilmember Willis had a question about the equipment and what would happen if we ended up in a situation like, a lot of the vendors will take the old equipment as a trade-in if they use a different type of equipment. So usually that can end up with a trade-in credit.
That's great. I say go forth. We need a motion to direct to explore? You want to word what you're looking for?
Well, and really, I just was looking for
Okay.
consensus for us to explore possible changes to the business model on the EV chargers for, a better scenario based on technology changes now.
Do we have consensus? Any opposed?
Great
Okay.
idea.
I don't think we need to do a roll call vote. I think we would think consensus. And city manager, anything else? or-
No, we'll get right on it. We're already moving in that direction. Zach has already been making some progress. So we'll come back to council with some options at a future meeting.
And with that, I do think, hey, that networking fee, that's a game changer. And in the meantime, you still move, but that dramatically changes the numbers. I didn't realize that a third of it was electricity and 2/3 is that. But either way, this is great. I think, thank you for putting this on and bringing it forward. And kind of in the same theme as our next discussion item, as far as looking at opportunities and exploring is this one, item 10.2, which submitted by Councilmember Shoryak, subject disposition of surplus city property. We got a discussion item here. Before I pass it over to you, Councilmember Shoryak, I do want to make the council aware. Got a card here, and I still see Mr. Purvell here. I think it's your intention to speak on this final discussion item at some point, but you made it very clear as I'm going back to that you wanted to hear the council speak and then have an opportunity. We're still, yes, sir. Thank you. Councilmember Shoryak.
Okay, we're going into budget season in a few months. So we're looking, I know we've asked the city manager to find additional sources of revenue, but I think we have larger opportunities for reducing our expenses that'll help out. First one, I just want to take a look at the property 2 doors down from here at the corner of Taylor and A1A that was purchased back in 2022 for the Civic Hub, which I don't think is on the horizon anytime soon. So I guess I want to look at utilizing that, either making some kind of revenue with it. And if there are no revenue opportunities, if we're not going to build the Civic Hub, what are we going to do with this parcel of land? Keith, city manager, had mentioned to me, someone had given him an idea of renting it out for parking for cruise ship passengers. And I mean, you do something like that, there are 35 spaces there. You could raise, if you had charged $10 a day, I have no idea what they charge for parking for cruise ships. I just pulled this number up. If you did that and you had 70% occupancy, you could bring in $89,000 in revenue. But then there's the issue of how do the people get to the cruise ships? They have to Uber. We don't want to get into shuttle buses. So I don't know how viable that is, but it's a great idea, better than what we're doing with it, which is nothing. Now, I guess as a taxpayer, I'm kind of outraged that we spent that kind of money and we didn't have any plan to do it, and now it's just sitting there. We had a business in there that was paying, the last year it got taxed was 2021. It paid a total of $8,952 in property taxes, of which $2,269 went to the city's general fund. We're losing out on all that money, tax revenue, and it's a parking lot for the dog park. So I'd like to bubble it up to the council and city manager. Let's figure out something to do with that, figure out a way to make some money with it, and if we can't make any money with it, sell it. It's prime commercial real estate. So that's number one. Number two, looking at the Cape Center next door. If you look at the numbers on the big sheet that we handed out at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes.
We have,
wondering what that was. Didn't look at it.
that would be another, we've lost, in 24-25 year, the Cape Center had a loss of about $116,000. So is there an opportunity there to outsource that or find a private museum operator who can actually do something with it and help us make money from the property rather than losing $116,000 or however much we're going to lose every year?
Hey, before you go too far, can I just clarify that on the first item with the parking, you ran a 70% occupancy on 34 spaces?
35 spaces, $10 a day for parking, times
Okay.
365 days a year, times 70%, that works out to about $89,000.
Okay, yeah, that's all I needed to clarify, and $10. Okay, and so now we're over here, and you just shared numbers with the Cape Center. One more time, if you don't mind, please.
The Cape Center for our 2024-2025 year,
Yep.
Loss of about $116,000.
Okay, and that's shown in this sheet that you referenced.
It's the third column on the first page is the Cape Center.
Yep.
You're adding O&M for the year plus the fixed cost?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fixed costs is, okay, I see. Really one item. And this is just costs, any revenue?
Do we have revenue, Molly, from the Cape Center?
You'll
Little
see a note at the bottom. Next month, you'll actually be presented with a fee schedule so that that facility can actually start generating revenue.
Okay, has it generated revenue so far or no?
It can't until you guys pass a fee schedule.
Okay. Where's the fee schedule? Do we have that?
It'll be presented at next month's meeting.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I'm with you.
So since it's been open, we haven't made any revenue because we don't have an adopted fee schedule. Is that?
City Council has to adopt fee schedules
Okay.
for general facility use. We have some programs that have started to take off, and that's outside of council's scope, but the programs that we can offer are limited at this time until we can get a proper fee schedule in place. Because where we'll make the most money off of that facility is in facility rentals, which has to be set by council per the city code.
Okay.
So I think it's 0. for
Right, it
revenue.
has 0, so we did lose 116. How long has it been open?
Since March 30th, 2023.
So 3 years. You got to figure we probably lost $345,000.
Or, sorry, 24.
24? Yeah. So $230,000 have gone out the door. So, and that's another one, it's a prime location. If we determine we can't make money on it or outsource it or do something with it, package it with the parking lot, that'd be a great commercial property, restaurant, retail. We put people out of work when we bought that shopping center and demolished it. Maybe we can get those jobs back and get the city some tax revenue, is my thought. And on to the third one, which would be, we need to take another look at the community center. Because that, if you look at the first column on the first page, the community center lost about $260,000 a year.
The first column.
Right.
Plus Canaveral Park.
Yes. And
Okay.
there's some city park stuff in there, buried in there too as well, right? Is that?
That is a complete O&M for all of the city park facilities.
Okay. So do we have a breakout of what that building itself does, profit and loss wise?
For the most part, with the exception of mowing, because that is the entire
The park. right.
space as well. And then I'm not sure if you're lumping the splash pad into
I'm
all
just
of
looking at the
that.
bottom. the
Yeah,
bottom
I know,
line.
but the splash pad is also kind of part and parcel to that because it's,
Is that a one-time thing or is that a recurring cost, the 60,000?
oh, it's like owning a pool. It's a recurring.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's ongoing maintenance forever, that's required by state law.
Okay.
Okay, so
So if we took those two items out,
mowing and splash pad?
we take the mowing and the splash pad out, that
Yep.
leaves roughly $175,000 we lost on the building then.
We recoup the building. It's what you don't recoup is staffing.
But we've spent $175,000 more than we took in on the community center.
Yes, roughly.
Okay.
How are you, because I got, that's
They're not on here.
83,000.
Hmm?
The mowing's 23,000, the splash pad and service plus license is 60,000, so that's roughly 84,000. What, you're subtracting that from
From
which
the
number?
$260,000 bottom line that includes those. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
trying to get a number
The
for just the
difference.
building itself.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Got it.
So we've lost $175,000. That building's been open for not quite 4 years, so there's, close to $700,000 since it's opened up that we've spent. And is this the only year we have figures for, or do we have them for prior years?
We have figures for prior years, but the fee schedule was changed so many times. This was the most complete package to
Okay.
look at what was spent and what was brought in.
Okay. So, and what we learned at our joint meeting back in February was that 60% of the usage is by Silver Sneakers members. which we get less money from them than we do from the other folks. So I guess if you look at the numbers, there are, I think, 282 members that aren't Silver Sneakers. I got that from the presentation. For $175,000, we could have bought those people a gym membership somewhere else and saved money.
200 and how many?
282
That's total membership?
total members.
Give or take the day.
Yeah, and that was from back in February. So, I mean, we could buy those folks a gym membership at an expensive gym and still come out ahead. So, and that's a lot of money there. And as a taxpayer, again, I'm outraged at that because that's money we could have spent on streets. I mean, we've got Fillmore Avenues going first, and I think we're going to do a couple others coming up. We could have advanced that. I don't think there was a big outcry to get that facility built. From what I understand, there was one workshop.
There were multiple workshops, and the discussion was ongoing for close to 25 years.
Okay. But I'd like to see that facility make money for the city, or at least break even. And again, if we can't, we look at other things. Maybe we can rent that out as an event venue, have weddings, funerals, whatever there, and generate some revenue for the city.
You would be very hard pressed to find any park and rec agency in the entire country that breaks even.
Okay.
We're on par and with national standards, kind of surprisingly, because these numbers are kind of scary, but that's the nature of the Parks and Rec side of things.
I understand
Always
that.
room for improvement, though.
I understand that. But I mean, as a taxpayer, I looked, we've spent, I think, $6 million on that building, and it's going to lose $175,000 every year. It doesn't seem like it was the best.
It was more, I think, we got a loan for 6.2, but it was 7 to 8 million after you add it all in. And if you add, I think, the proper splash pad that we worked hard, that ticks it up. But yeah.
I had a question for Molly.
Yes.
Okay, so you just made a comment about we're comparable to national standards. What size city, when you say national standards, I think of Golden Gate Park and Central Park and these what type of comparison are we talking about here?
There's different levels. We're comparable both on state and national levels. So it just depends on what kind of area you want to look at. We're very unique, as you know, being a barrier island community, being mostly older residents, transient residents, seasonal residents, and then, of course, our home ownership rates.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand whether I'm comparing an apple to an orange or an orange to an orange, because when you say national standards, I don't know what consists of that national standard, what type of.
And I would be happy to present some data for you for
because if it's
comparable size cities with comparable size tax bases, we can provide that data because National Recreation and Parks Administration compiles data like that annually, and we can break it down.
Okay, because without knowing what we're comparing that to, that doesn't really mean anything to me.
Right.
I need to know that I'm not comparing it to a Golden Gate Park.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
And that is it. What I want the council to think about is what we can do with these properties, to either have them turn a profit for us or we dispose of them.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Shariak. I can continue to talk. I think, when we say profit, you guys crawl before we walk. Right now, it's can we lose less? Lose money at a lesser rate than we're losing today? Can we decrease expenses and hold revenue? And then, start phasing in a direction. And yes, I think there are some innovative ways we could pursue, or at least try, to maybe cover and get a profit. Revenue exceed expenses at
Yeah,
some
or come
point.
come close. Come closer
Yeah.
than $175,000.
Right, and I think decreasing the losses is a good thing to look at, and I get the sense of now that we've got these numbers. I agree on the C5 is the big one, right? But it's also it's
Cape Center's holding its own too in expenses. I mean, it's losing its.
Yeah, and it's got the highest revenue though out of all of them. It's $120,000, $10,000 a month, right? Which is obviously it provides a service for the community and the facilities, and I had a hard time finding. I think there was some really old one agenda, and it was mentioned in discussion. The justification on this was just questioned. But even if you go, you know what? No, it's justified. It's something we wanted. What was not clear was to this level. Did we need to build this C5? And that was where I think where we are today is, well, what do you mean level? Not 24,000 square foot. No, it's the cost to maintain that facility. And I think this is really good. And if you're seeking, similar to Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, to explore opportunities,
yes,
to look at the properties, my initial response is absolutely. I think it's good. And I do think separating out that just looking at the building alone, I will say this about the splash pad. It is loved by the community.
Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about
very
getting rid of the splash pad, but.
Yeah, but so like if you held on to something, it's also, it's
I mean, that's our
expensive.
park.
But people, it has been bittersweet. Obviously, it's been a headache and a challenge to get it running. Can we figure out a way to decrease costs? Yes. But at the end of the day, if you look at Cape Canaveral's total budget and you go back 10 years, this is one of the biggest shifts that we've seen. And I think that's a very valid part of the point you're making here. And one broad statement, and the thing I think I appreciate the most is, instead of putting the pressure on revenue, it's looking at expenses first.
Yeah.
And because what we were doing, and the reason there was the tax increases was the 20% increase when this loan was taken, and thereafter it's pretty much doubled, is because we've been chasing this overhead in all other departments as well. It's not. It's electric bill of $25,000 that we didn't pay a $25,000 electric bill for the 2 mobile home units, or the 2 trailers, but we also recognized that those needed to be improved. And so I think what we've got here today is a really nice facility that's expensive to maintain and keep up with. And if we go down the line to all the other properties, before selling a property, I would want to reasonably exhaust ways to hold the asset and absolutely just be innovative and think of ways to get revenue. I can tell you parking, the residents didn't want parking lots along the road, but that lot up there, or right here next to us, there is, you see residents renting. I think Connor, our team here saw it. People rent their driveways out. It's like the Airbnb for driveways. And that'd be, it's more than $10 a day.
I have no idea what they try. I just pulled that number up. I don't know.
No, I
what
thought it
park
was a
cruise
good
parking is. Yeah.
conservative way to look at it. So those are my comments. I think it's all interesting, and yes.
Zach may want to put some EV chargers there and use dynamic pricing.
filled a whole lot with EV chargers.
Well, if you think about it, when we talked about the EV chargers and the dynamic pricing, we were wondering if it would increase with the launch. Well, what would you do? Spend $30 to park in the area, or $40, or go charge your car and walk down to the beach? Pretty easy to, right?
And these numbers were provided by you, Molly, and the team?
Yes, these were presented to you guys at the joint workshop originally.
I remember, yes.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
On the Nancy Hansen column, it shows a loss or a cost of negative $96,000. And I'm curious about that because isn't Nancy Hansen part of the tennis courts and all of that recreational area? And do we get fees from folks who are playing tennis and pickleball out there?
That one takes in a lot of fees.
Yeah.
I think you're including the staffing costs.
Yeah. Yeah, everything. Yeah. So revenue generated by the facility is $46,000. That's wonderful. But the expenses incurred to keep it, to get to that $46,000 cost us $96,000 loss, right? Am I reading this correctly, or are we glad that Tom is going to be the financial person?
No, you're reading it correctly.
Okay.
Staffing is the most expensive thing you're going to have in any industry.
Okay, all right. And also, I did have another question too. We know how many people, we have 282 total membership as of February 26. And like you said, it varies from day to day, understandable. How many people have visited the Cape Center? Are we clocking that? Are we measuring that to see what the population is? And
as far as day-to-day visitors that are just coming in to see exhibits, we're approaching 10 to 15 a day.
Okay.
So
okay.
that's growing by the day, and part of the, especially with the Artemis, that
Right.
was the collaboration with NASA has been huge because everyone said we couldn't do this. So the reason it's taken so long is because we have to fight to get noticed. So getting noticed, getting our credibility up has been one of the biggest challenges, but we're getting there. And that's why for the upcoming fee schedule, I'm actually proposing an admission fee for non-residents.
That was my question, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, all right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
That's all I have on it. I just want to see if we can not lose as much money in the future on these buildings as much as possible.
And one of the strategies that will be presented as part of the adjusted fee structure, because it's not just a schedule that you guys are going to be confronted with. You guys are going to have to make some hard decisions on the structure itself. And one of the things that is a strategy to balance out is utilizing other facilities to help cover costs for the department as a whole, so that you're looking at like Manatee Sanctuary Park. The biggest expense you have at Manatee Sanctuary Park is clearly the groundskeeping, the mowing, the pest control, occasional repairs to things. But renting it out and encouraging it to be rented more frequently, expanding what can be done on that property for a fee, those are all things that can help cover costs for more expensive facilities.
I have a question. As you discuss that, what about Banana River Park and that soccer field? How often is that used? Because I've gone over there a lot of times with my dog, and there's never any games going on that I've seen. And I know we have one guy that's kind of putting himself out there as he's us, and he's really not us, right?
We have an MOU with Cape Canaveral Soccer Club, and they utilize that field
Okay, so he
for
is
two
part of
different seasons. Yep, and just like our Little League, they are not charged for their use of the field.
Okay, so how many days a year would you estimate that field is being used?
I would have to look at their schedules.
Yeah, because that park is probably one of the most underutilized parks.
Just want to keep the conversation going, point to the clock. It's 9:55. I think it would be in order that I think we should extend, and we can cut it shorter. It can be quite annoying to keep extending in 10 minutes. So if this council desires, it'd be wise, I think, to stop and make a determination on extending the meeting. And just need a motion. I think.
Move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Shoryak and a second by Councilmember Willis. Any discussion on extending the meeting to 10:30? City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, sorry about that.
That's okay. I was just going to say, I've been up since 4:30 this morning, and I really wanted to use the princess rule on you, but I didn't.
Been there.
All it would have taken is me saying no, and we would have had that princess rule. Is it a majority?
Majority or unanimous?
Super majority. So it would have taken 2 out of 5. Oh, wow.
Was there anything else, Mayor Pro Tem, at this time?
No.
Councilmember Willis?
I think it's good we're looking at everything because we've looked at impact fees, we've looked at parking, we're looking at EV charging. This is just a natural progression of ways to increase revenue or lower expenses, and I think it's just good exercise, and let's continue.
Tell you right now, we're renting Banana River Park, and it was a great experience. I'd never really done it for my daughter. She's graduating, and yeah, I think those things, a lot of people don't even know you can do that, and it's, I think we got a lot of it set up. Go on, do it, reserve, follow the process, and I don't know if we'll get, there's going to be certain facilities that, like the C5, and those are, I think, going to be the turnkey, easiest ones to figure out ways to improve. And, but yes, underutilized space are all good ideas. Councilmember Shoryak, thank you for bringing this forward and talking us through it.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, it wasn't listed in the council member's item, but Tamsin Bell does have a list of other properties owned by the city that she can pass out to the council. Go ahead.
Just going to pause on that. I just wanted to mention that to your point about the parking lot and these are all zone public, so it wouldn't necessarily make a commercial piece to pass out. So that does impact the value. So I didn't want to share. We've looked at 34 pieces of vacant property throughout the city. And then we identified which ones were actually like utilities and lift stations and things like that, and then which ones were actually vacant. And I won't name names or exact values until should anything transpire. But the collective market value for those public places was less than $500,000, or slightly over $400,000 collective. But I can pass out the map, but or the
That's great.
Tamsin, that was zone commercial before we bought it, wasn't it?
That was before my time, Councilmember Shoryak.
Yes, it was.
I'm assuming it was. We could just change the zoning back to commercial. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say I think it's incumbent upon us to try to shave as much as we can. In conversations I've had with the city manager, and during the audit presentations, we understood that we really need to tighten up in any way we can do it without hurting jobs or that type of thing. And maybe we even have to go to that extent. I don't know yet, but these numbers are just like, whew, wow, $96,000 in the hole for Nancy Hansen, $259,000 in the hole for the C5. And you know, it's just,
That's per
we've
year.
got to be creative. We've got to be creative. And I thank you, Tom, for doing this very much. I know that there are some constraints against, you know, some of the things that we can do. I know Anthony has mentioned some of them in an email that he put out. But yeah, I just think it's incumbent upon us to, I mean, we do it with our households. We have to do it with our city. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I mean, I'd love to set a goal, no tax increase, maybe even lower our millage rate for the third year in a row. So, and we can do it.
Yeah, and I think we're in, I mean, it was all about build it, and then we're in the phase of, well, how do you operate it? And how do you, I mean, you took on that burden of, well, what does this actually look like? What do we need to do? And Culture and Leisure Services Board started looking and finding gaps, and I think it's time. We're at this phase, and to go, all right, well, doesn't look great. Can we improve? So, Mr. Prevel filled out a card. I think it's the only one I have on this item, but council, if we're ready, we can hear. He had a chance to hear us discuss. Mr. Prevel, if you're ready, please come forward.
Well, first, when I saw this item on an agenda, surplus property, I thought you guys were going to be selling generators, excess tools, pickup trucks. I didn't know you were thinking about selling the C5 building, the property over here. Mr. Soriak, I'm surprised you don't want to sell the Little League field to the Oakland Athletics because they're looking for a field, in all honesty. But the dog park parking lot, let's discuss that. If you sell it and you are a realtor, after we pay off the CRA funds, we paid $1.2 million and our interest rate is plus or minus 2%. What would we net? I'm sure you did the research.
I have not researched that.
Oh, okay, so we're just shooting from the hip.
It's worth something. We paid $1.2 million.
Yeah, we did pay 1.2.
Mr.
Okay.
Prevel?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna, if we can't do that, you can address the chair.
I asked a question.
And I understand that, and Councilmember Shoriak certainly does not have to answer at this time. We just need to remain in order.
Okay. And if it becomes a parking lot, then it ties in with our name, the parking space between Port Canaveral and Cocoa Beach. Yeah. The Cape Center and the C5 building. First of all, the dancing waters of Cape Canaveral, the splash pad when the sun sets, that is beautiful. And just seeing all the kids there. But I want you guys to know what my background is, because you were talking about profit earlier, and I'm sorry I scribbled notes. I run a $60 million sales organization, and for the last 7 years, everyone in my organization has maxed out on their bonus. I understand profit. I understand how to make money. But there is a council member that explained to me that the purpose of the purpose of government is to service the people of what they're governing, not necessarily making a profit. So we have to also recognize that. And that ties in with Molly saying that we're on par with other cities. Sorry, I scribbled some stuff. A big reason why these buildings have over 18,000 annual check-ins, that's the C5 and the Cape Center, 18,000, is that they're being utilized to enrich the citizens of Cape Canaveral culturally and physically. The 18,000 visits do not include the various instructors, the 1099 people that teach yoga, Zumba, karate, line dancing, weight training, Pilates, and other services there. The Park, Culture, and Leisure Department touches more citizens in Cape Canaveral than any other department except probably for the Sewer Department and the Tax Department. The park and rec department generates over $300,000 a year revenue. Only taxes generate more, I believe. The $300,000, 1/3 is currently generated by the C5 building and Nancy Hansen, $108,000. You're correct, sir, that 60% of the members are insurance members. We have 3 insurance companies that we service, not just Silver Sneakers. You stated you found this out by attending the workshop where you heard the director state, our goal is to stop and minimize the revenue gap created by the previous administration. They did not know, you don't know what you don't know, they did not know the little amount that insurance pays. At the same workshop, sir, you stated you never used the facilities since you believe our taxes should cover the fee for our citizens. I was at that meeting, obviously. Thus, you must agree with my workshop proposal, Make Cape Canaveral Healthy Again, where we can charge or tax, to use your term, $8.34 a month per address. And then every child, every adult, every first responder can use the facilities free. Plus, we will have an excess of almost $300,000 that we can create a speaker engagement at the Cape Center, and we can charge a small admission and generate more revenue that way. The ultimate goal.
Mr. Purvell, we're going to need to wrap it up again. Yeah, I've let you go further than I did would anyone else.
Okay, one more. We have lost our elementary school due to short-sightedness by the Board of Education. The C5 and the Cape Center and Nancy Hansen and our upgraded parks are attractors to new families and new residents, and that is the growth of Cape Canaveral. As my mom always said to me, don't cut off your nose to spite your face.
Good job. Good job.
Okay, anyone else who'd like to speak on the item? I don't have any cards, but I always like to double check in case I missed one. Yes, we just ask that you please fill out a card but please come forward on this item. Just need to come to the podium. If you don't mind, tell us your name, and before you leave, you don't need to fill that out now. You can come forward, and then for the sake of time, if you don't mind, please just, when you have time.
First of all, I appreciate you, Mayor, council members, city manager, lawyer, clerk, and I'm sorry, I don't know, but I appreciate your hard work. My husband and I living in Cape Canaveral since 1976, 50 years. We love this city, and especially that the community center was built. That was, I think, city need a community center. And it's a great asset for everyone, or visitors, especially senior students now. And we need a place. That's a nice place there. Have you ever been there? At the C5? You know, staff is very friendly, courteous, even than foreigners, but they really talk to me, eye contact with me, and they ask how we doing. And anyway, this place is about 4 years old, and improving every time, and the staff are really eager to improve. And we need a place like a community center. So I wish, I wish that city losing money, but it's a wrong run. If everyone is happy and healthy, and anyway, I wish you keep and giving them a chance, even though,
I'm sure you wanna make money, but something else you can buy with money. So please consider before decided to sell. It's a great benefit to like us or citizens. So that's all I want to say. All right, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Yes, I think, ma'am, what was your name?
Rico Hartley.
Rico Hotley, yeah, and you'll fill it out there. Rico Hotley, I think. So I think provide a spelling on her card.
Thank you. Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
thank
can I say something, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I just want to tell the folks that are here with us tonight, we really don't want to raise taxes on you, and we really don't want to lay off staff. But we are at a point that we have to do something. And raise your hand if you don't mind paying more taxes, and you can have all the amenities that we have, that we enjoy. Okay? But if you don't want to, thank you. That's where we're at. And we're all grown-ups. This is the reality. We have to do something. Now, Tom has come forward with some ideas. Maybe you don't like them. That's fine. These are just ideas. We're spitballing right now. We're trying to figure it out. And if you have some ideas, we'd love to hear from you on it. But we just don't want to have to raise our taxes, and we don't want to have to lay off staff. So there we are. There is the conundrum. And that's all I'm going to say about it right now. Thank you.
Yes, I know the word selling property is discussed, but that we're just exploring right now. And I think my position is you would exhaust other ideas like Councilmember Shoryak.
Yeah, figure out the way to cut our losses before we consider selling it. But I mean, the parking lot on the corner, I'm not really sure what that's going to be able to bring in revenue. But the other things, I really don't want to see a huge tax increase to keep all these buildings. And I would have rather seen the $6 million spent to control flooding in the city than on a community center. I think flooding is a bigger priority. And folks whose houses flood would probably agree with me.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I know that you were here as a council member, I believe, when the 20% increase was put into play. Just before.
They passed it in 2017. And yeah, I was elected that November, right after that budget was passed.
Okay, after that budget was passed.
Yes.
What kind of revenue did that generate for the city? Do you know? Do you remember?
Ad valorem taxes from the 2015-16 compared to the 2016-17. If we got our audit book, we can go back. Well, it was 20% more. If I had to guess, it was probably low 4 millions. And Mr. Blacker, are you actually looking at that? Do you happen to know what that increase was?
Yeah. So the prior year before the raise of 19.12%, the tax was $3,550,000, and the year after the raise was $4,300,000.
So 800,000 roughly was the increase. 3.5 million to 4.3 million?
Correct.
And so that was with a 20% increase.
Mm-hmm.
And when we decreased taxes 2 years in a row, we ended up with 50,000 more in tax revenue than we did when we increased. Well, I mean, 800,000 over a 20% increase. If we're gonna save these numbers in this chart, we're gonna need to go up on taxes 50% or more. Right? Because that's not making a dent.
Sustainable.
It's not sustainable. Now, I'm one for looking at how to do things more efficiently. I am big time on that. And looking at creative ways to utilize things, to bring some money in for those things. I'm not a fan of getting rid of property on an island that's 90% built out. That worries me. But I was here in these meetings as well, Councilmember Shoryak, when all of that was bought, and it was not something that a lot of people wanted. There were a lot of people that were against that parking lot. So I think we have to really, roll up our sleeves to look at how can we utilize what we have more efficiently and come out with ways to handle things more efficiently. One thing you had in your agenda item that I was looking at is having a private operator that leases the property. And we need to look at how to do things more efficiently. So these are things that I think, staff needs to weigh in on those things as well and put their heads together and come up with ideas, because that's something that, we need to figure out, because that's where I understand from Rico, I believe, that was saying, and also Bernie, that were saying it's not supposed to make money. That's true. You're providing a service through a municipality, but a municipality is still a government entity that's a corporation. And if you don't have the money to do the things that you're trying to do, you're going to end up the only place it's coming from is from the taxpayers' pockets. And you heard what we just talked about on those numbers before, and Joey gave them to us. That 20% increase did not bring us, a huge amount of money. So we've got to find ways to be creative. Creative financing is what I call it, and creative efficiency. So that's my 2 cents worth, and we've got...
we're all in this together.
Yeah,
it's not us versus you and you versus us. It's all of us. Mm-hmm. And if you've got some ideas, tell us. We're open to it. We don't want to shut down C5. I go there. I love it there. So anyway, let's all be creative. Let's all work together on this.
Absolutely. There are some great ideas that I think we're taking the necessary first step in exploring, and that is what I think we're doing. And our minds might jump to based on statements, but I agree. I can speak for myself. The role of government is at our city is to protect people's individual rights so that we can live freely, not to provide a service, not to, it is that. And when we go through, okay, let's try to get to where we are, we go, our deputies, extremely important. Protection. Your house catches on fire, extremely important. Our wastewater treatment plant, our infrastructure maintenance, our roads, right? Those boring things. You go down the list, and my logic has always been when we're doing a good job in all of those, and then you get to things, as Councilmember Shoryak said, flooding. You got water coming into people's houses. You don't go and expand the way that we expanded at the rate we did while those core essential needs are suffering. Because I've had veterans on Orange Avenue and Johnson Avenue in wheelchairs with water coming in their house. And I look over here and I see this happening. I can't look at them with honest heart and mind and say there's nothing more we can do. And then we buy more property and expand more excess. I agree. In our little city, we can have a community center. It just got too big, too fast. And it's pushed us right now. And so we're trying to get a hold of it. I know the people love the community center. And I think we have a council that's willing to look at it instead of just going, raise taxes, raise taxes. The saddest thing in the world in rights is when somebody loses their home because they paid for their house 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and they can't afford the growing tax bill. And so that's where we get out of hand. So we can do it. I agree, Councilmember King. We won't do it if we start to divide and point fingers and stuff. And I think we can work together through this and come up with some ideas that can really help. And again, to over-communicate, selling property and making big changes is not where I think anyone has communicated where we want to start. And that's it. And so when we look at our budget, and a lot of cities do zero-based budgeting, they start with the essentials first and they go, all right, what else do we need? And then there's a point where you're like, all right, we're out of money. You can't go on to the next thing. And we didn't set budgets like that historically. We got in a room and we go this, and we put up a bunch of items. And that property purchase was a 3-2 vote. It was not a unanimous vote. It was extremely controversial. And the C5, I think, is one of the biggest things that woke up this community that didn't realize it was happening. And I think since then, our city staff has worked really hard to optimize it and to do the best. And they're sitting here today saying, what does this council want us to do next? And so I think we've got everyone working together. And I'm thankful. And I appreciate your comments because it is something that people want, but how it's getting funded today is straining the 95% of the people who don't use it. And that's always a dilemma in government. You know, just because you don't use something, I get it. We provide services at large. All these parks we have access to, but that specific piece of money, if you had a heat map, is a hot spot. And we're just trying to say, can we flatten that? Can we ease that load a little bit? Especially when we have other critical services that really need our attention. If the community center did have to change or in any fashion, but our community got safer and issues that were causing real life safety were changing, I would feel good about that. And I think we can do both. But thank you. Okay, well, let's do this. Councilmember Shoryak, this was the item you submitted. Do we have consensus to, I think that's what you're seeking?
Yes, I just want to see if council is on board with looking at alternatives to either, reducing our losses is the big thing. Because I don't want to see us going into budget season. We've got to, jack up our taxes. I don't want to see that at all.
Yep, neither do I. And thank you for...
And that's exactly where we're heading because the city's been spending way more money than it takes in for years. And now, our coming home to roost or whatever, and we pay the piper. So I just don't want to see us with a big tax increase. I want to see it lowered again for the third year in a row.
And I'd just like to kind of add a little bit. We don't want to be in a position of panic. You never make good decisions when you're up against it. And so we're trying to get away from being up against it before that happens. And we're going to need your help. We really are. I mean, a lot of things are nice to have, but sometimes you can't afford them. So anyway, enough lecturing. You see where we're at, and we're all on the same page. Thank you.
And we're all residents. We're all, at the end of the day, we got suits and ties. We're all neighbors together. And so thank you. Okay. Does anyone oppose or do we have, I sense that we have consensus to, very vague, look at opportunities.
Look at everything.
Let's make it our mission.
And as Mr. Purvell said, when I first heard this, I actually was thinking about tangible property as well. And I would say, I know our city manager and staff, unprompted, have already started doing that. And, vehicles and stuff, I've heard about departments helping each other out. So I want to thank y'all for taking those efforts as well. And I believe that's it for that item. Councilmember Shoryak?
Yes.
Okay.
Public comment?
Do we have more public comment? I do not.
I think you...
Somebody just put something in.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, if somebody intends to speak, did someone want to speak?
Do we need to extend till 11?
We do. We do. It's 10:26, and we're sort of running informal here. We do ask that if you intend to speak, please come forward.
Had I known I was going to speak, I'd have dressed nicer, but I just came to listen. So I will be quick. You know who I am. I was here a month ago, and I brought you the picture of me in 3rd grade at Cape View Elementary, the year it opened in 1965. That school was packed full of students. I lived in Cocoa Beach. It was so full in Cocoa Beach that we had to create a new school. That was space, that's 60s, that's 70s. We had every domicile in Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral was a family, meaning mom, dad, and kids. Hence the reason we created Cape View Elementary. Here we are now, and correct me if I'm wrong, we had a discussion not too long ago where I was told that 80% of the residents in the city of Cape Canaveral are not homestead exempt. Is that?
Yes.
Is that close?
Absolutely.
How about
from my
that?
understanding.
That means 80% of the homes here are not families anymore. They're second homes, they're rentals, they're Airbnbs, they're Venmos, they're short-term leasing. So there goes your kids. You don't even have a city that welcomes children anymore. I won't go on about Cape View, but closing Cape View was pretty much the end of the nail there. There's no reason to attract families here now. Even if you said we're going to take Cape View down and put residential families there, who would want to live there? And it's so conjunctioning in the fact that the Space Center went down to us in the 70s. I was here all the way through the Apollo program, and then, the Space Center kind of quit off, so people moved out. That left a lot of vacancies going on. But right now, here we are entertaining the idea of 2 rocket companies just going gangbusters. And I assure you, Blue Origin just rented that lifelong office building over there. I would imagine that the managers, directors, and high-end folks, or just the well-paid engineers, would probably love to live in a city this close to the beach, to the Space Center, whatever. There's no houses here. They're all Airbnbs. They're all this, that, and the other. So now I segue over to C5 or Nancy Hansen. C5, I live, 100 yards from C5. And I remember when it was nothing but a playground, 2 ball fields, played on it all the times. My girls played. Cape Canaveral back in the day had 5 Little League teams. Cocoa Beach had 7. Now it takes both towns together to create one team. Why? There's no families here. We have taken this city, and kind of making the support in his comment, I don't understand the term space in between. Right now, all the people I know that I live with, that grew up here our whole lives, we consider it the Airbnb city in between. We're not space related anymore. We don't have space families here anymore. So when we start talking about generating revenue, Councilman Willis and I had a conversation a few months ago about, I was telling him that I'm not a silver sneaker because I am a Mayo patient, and Mayo does not take any Advantage plan. So I cannot have that as a cancer survivor. So I pay every time I go to C5 with cash. Myself, who's lived here his whole life. Now everybody else coming by, beep, 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 silver sneaker. So be that. Renegotiate that if need to be. My point being is you're saying how many members we have. Does that members include all the snowbirds? Does that include everybody like me who comes pays cash? We know that there's an opportunity. Here's a group of people here that are there every morning playing pickleball. It's a fantastic facility for aging people plus young people. Nancy Hansen, kind of the same way. We play over here in the air-conditioned soft floor because we're of age now. Nancy Hansen will be jam-packed every morning until about 10 o'clock. Why? Because the sun comes up over the trees, gets too hot. There are other cities. I'm not looking to spend more money.
We need to wrap up.
All right. There are other cities who have taken advantage of that and put canopies on top with solar panels, and they're playing pickleball all day long at a pay of this. Councilman Willis and I talked about How about if I gave you $150 every January 1st, that when you give me a Cape Canaveral card, I can go to C5, I can go to Nancy Hanson, I can go to the library, and you got my money up front, $150 every year. We don't have that. You're talking about getting rid of places? That Cape Center is one of the most gorgeous floors I've ever seen, been in there many times. How about this? I have been in this facility.
We need to wrap it up.
I've been in this facility many, many times, and the only people here is me and Anna. There's a waste of space. Why don't we make this a t-shirt shop? There you go. We don't need a city hall anymore. We just do it all by Zoom. Don't get rid of our town. Don't get rid of our amenities. That would be the death of the city.
Mr. Mayor, we need to extend the meeting.
If you don't mind, we need to handle a procedural matter, and then we'll.
Are we going to try to hit this tonight?
I'm going to go as yes, and it'll be, I think, no more than 2 to 3 minutes. I'm not good. There's no way we can unpack it, but I at least need to make a statement about it.
I make a motion, we extend to 10:45, please.
I second that.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King to extend to 10:45 p.m. Any discussion, concern? Okay. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
5-0, we voted to extend to 10:45. And do we have cards from, just make sure that everyone please submits a card. Submitted. Thank you.
Yep.
The floor is yours. Thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for letting us speak. I appreciate that. My name is Linda Colasino. I am a member of C5. I was actually one of the 5 women that started pickleball at C5 when that building was built. We started at Cocoa Beach. We thought, nope, great building, let's go over. So we would cruise by different times. Beautiful gym, empty, nobody's there. So we started playing. People getting tours. Oh, they're playing pickleball. Can we join you? You know, people working out. Oh, they're playing pickleball. And it turned into what it is today. And I don't know if any of you have seen the crowds, but we've got, I mean, we're crowded. Now, we get blocked on voting day. Okay, we understand that. But should it take 2 days for voting day? Or could we be more efficient when we set up and we tear down? No, we're at the mercy of the employees. When they show up, they show up. You know, you guys block us on days to have your parties. Okay, you're entitled to a party, but there's a great park outside. You know, those are ways that you guys, you know, the city, not you personally, and Councilmember Shoryak, I'm sorry, you got your job of being the one to bring this news. But when you block income, it's going to affect your bottom line. The council member asked, do we have a P&L? I've run businesses. You should have a P&L every single month. You should be looking at your line items. What are your controllables? You've got controllables that you should be looking at and you should be addressing the minute they hit that P&L. You don't wait till, oh my gosh, we've been open, you know, it'd be 4 years. Let's look at it. We're losing money. You're way late to the party, folks. You know, look at your fee schedule. If I go to Vero Beach, I'm going to pay $10 for 1 day. You know, so are we even? No, we're not. You know, somebody that doesn't even live in this country is going to pay the same amount that somebody who lives in Merritt Island or Cocoa Beach, the same that they're going to pay. That's not even fair. You know, we're catering to people who don't live here, and to Russie's point, the community that does live here. Mm-hmm. Do we have a marketer? Do we have a marketer that's going out and telling people about this building? Are we trying to go, are we going to the schools? Hey, we've got this great building. You've got a team. Do they need a place? You know, have activities that draw people in. I've been to community centers in other states. They've got puzzles in this room. They've got, you know, books where you can just go. Rusty's talking about, you know, the people are not using it. The people that do live here, they're not using it because we're not giving them a reason to go into the building. If they don't play pickleball or they don't lift weights, okay, I'll end. Why are they going? We've got to give them a reason. They get there, they're going to want to join, and we start building revenue. You don't close it. You figure out a way to make money, and it's there. Look at your rate schedule. Adjust it accordingly. Snowbirds, I'm sorry, but you know, we love them, but they're not entitled. And they're coming into our area thinking, I'm here, you know, get out of my way.
Thank you.
And I don't agree with that. And I would love to have discussions about how we can make money and control, you know, the controllables at that building. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
and thank you for what you do with the pickleball, and those comments were fantastic. And I think this council fully agrees with everything we just heard, is that's what we're trying to do. And so thank you, and I hope we do stay in communication. And okay, I think that's all for the public comments. And I know we let them go over a little there, but like I said, once I do it for one, I feel it's only fair to go for all. But thank you, council, for your patience with me on that. All right, so we don't have any other actions we need to do here. We had a great opportunity to hear from the public on the discussion item. Okay, which is the end, and the add-on agenda item due to time, it's 10:38. Let me just have a second here. Just want to explain this as briefly as I can. Fair, thank you. Somehow misplaced it and threw the flurry up here. Okay, so this is... I'm just going to give a quick backdrop. Quote unquote, Fillmore Avenue project started in 22, 23. It started going on the agenda in January of 24 because we were not able to resolve some challenges. We had monthly updates in 25, made some tough decisions. And then our goal was then this August to direct, to resolve some issues. And there was a point to where when we were putting it on the agenda, like every month in 24, that the council decided, hey, we don't need to go over this at this point every single month. Mayor, which I was at the time, said, why don't you, for efficiency, work with council or the city staff when needed, and bring updates. And if any council member chooses to know more, you know, obviously have the right to do that. We implemented that. It worked well, and then we got to a point to where recommendations were brought to us in August. So because we don't have time, I would ask first and foremost, if this council can, and the coming days, to please review this, to put it clearly. I think what was directed in August, and this is not anyone's fault or anything, it needs clarity. I do not think that we have alignment on what is being understood as the direction and what's actually happening. And the only path I think I have is council, per council's direction. So I, as one individual, can't direct anything. And my goal today, with a little bit more time, was to clarify where I think there are misalignments. Had a great meeting today with city manager and city attorney. There are some updates and new information that I think now are favorable. But in short, I think it might need to be a standalone meeting or just an item, because we've got some, what I would say, issues that I'm concerned about. And my broad statement is I don't want to spend one taxpayer dollar on this, not one. And one of the biggest clarifying intentions was the Directive 2 is to go out and seek and use all means for recovery. My thought of approving this was that we would be aggressively pursuing that, but we've gotten this project moving forward, and I think getting some line of sight on how we're going to recoup is really important. I would ask this is that the construction was scheduled to start on Monday. I believe, do we have an update on when it's planned to start back? I think it ceased at this time.
The construction was halted because we're waiting on the proper insurance information from the contractor. But as a result of stopping today, actually yesterday, the contractor has removed his equipment from the job site and he's moved on to another job. And he basically told the city that when we determine when we need him back, let him know, and he'll let us know if he can come back based on whatever his schedule is. So at this point, we don't know when the contractor will be back.
And we still have not received insurance verification?
We received a revised copy of it, and it still needs a little tweaking. So there's no indication that he's not going to provide the insurance. It's just that because of the delay and he has other jobs, he's moving on so he can pay his workers. And he'll be available to us when we say we're ready, and he has the time in his schedule to do the job.
And he knows we're not going to say we're ready until we see insurance.
Well, that's part of the construction agreement. I mean, he has to provide it. Again, he's not wanting to. It's just there's some misalignment, if you will, on exactly what we're needing, but he'll produce it.
Well, I think the agreement was great. We directed city attorney to approve the form and city manager to execute. And thank you for having those provisions in there because there were some potential. Thank you for that update. I really can't. Knowing that the construction was starting, and there were things that was not adding up. And so if I hear that correctly, I would ask council that my sense of the residents, and they can certainly speak, is they want it done right, but honestly, it's up to us. And when I say right, I'm saying not that anything is necessarily wrong, it's just misaligned. And I think we're going to have to bring this back. And my only concern is if construction is not proceeding, I've listed some of the items that I think would help, but we would get alignment and clarify the direction before the project commences. And if we're saying we're going to just pause, then it's just a matter of meeting, and I'll stop there. So as long as we're not moving forward, we don't have any major issues today. But if that construction starts, I don't have the time tonight to explain them, but that's it, and I'll leave it there. Sorry. Hopefully I wasn't writing on it. Okay. So could we, is that yours? Yeah. Could we,
So do we need to extend again?
well, I think we would. I think 5 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend 5 minutes.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, a second by Councilmember Shoryak. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Extend 5 minutes. All support. I would ask our city attorney, it maybe help with this, is if this council desires holding on advancing the project. The direction was to go and do this. Our city manager is moving in the direction. I think that direction needs clarity. This council needs to approve that direction or go no. it stays as is and they go that way, but and one person can't do that. And so, the city attorney, if we could pause commencing until we have a chance to meet, and I would just say specific to the construction, not any other administrative responsibilities or loose ends, anything engineering or that could be done, so that we have time to convene and confirm what's existing today or clarify and amend. So is there any concern with that of the council? Is it a week? Is it 2 weeks?
Is the issue this guy's not providing the workers' comp certificate? Is that, because I saw
one of 'em.
I saw the liability certificate in one of the emails, but workers, it's like a common thing. Every vendor you talk to, you say, let me have a copy of your insurance and your workers' comp.
Yeah, I don't have all the
I don't understand why
details.
they wouldn't have that, like,
Well, I didn't see,
In a
I
file
know
somewhere.
there wasn't, city wasn't named on the policy, the homeowners weren't named, the engineer, but our city staff would be able to confirm that. It was, I just shared concerns, not saying the workman's comp did not appear to be, but I do just find it troubling that they haven't quickly provided confirmation of that before.
Workers' comp was always there. The residents were notified that updated insurance would be provided to them on the 18th. The insurance expired on the 17th. It was renewed on the 18th. They were not provided a copy of it until the 20th. Their concerns were that we were proceeding with construction without being insured, and that was not the case. They were always insured. Now, residents were not listed individually under workers' comp, but this contractor has workers' comp insurance. He's always had it. And the residents were notified in advance via email that that this job would be insured in that manner and that new insurance was forthcoming. They just didn't get it and see it before the first shovel of earth was turned. But it was effective on Saturday the 18th, and construction began on the 20th.
The certificate I saw I thought it said that it expired on the 18th.
It expired on the 17th and was renewed on the 18th. Friday was the 17th.
How do we know it was renewed?
Well, we have the dates. We have Tim, you want to come forward?
Yeah, and I think that's what the residents were asking is, you know.
There were a lot of things believed by the residents and communicated in an email by the residents that were not accurate.
Okay.
So the insurance, I explained to them that the contractor, there's two different types of things on the insurance. There's workman's comp, which expired on the 17th, and then there was your regular liability and everything else, which actually expired on the 23rd of this month.
Yes.
The 17th, he explained to me that it would keep on going, but that he wouldn't be able to give me a copy until they renewed. So what happened was, if you look at the new one with the city of Cape Canaveral as the holder, it says 418 workman's comp. So what happened was 417 was the old date, 418 was the renewed date, and of course it's good for, I think, a year after that, if I'm not mistaken. But all the other dates as well, 423, 2026 is now probably 423, 2027. I don't have it in front of me, but everything renewed as of 417, 418.
So I'm pulling the certificate you shared, and if I'm reading this, it says policy effective, policy expired. 4/18 it was effective, and then 4/18 it expired for workman's comp line item. The other ones, just like you said, Tim, are expired on the 23rd. That does not prove they have workman's comp on the work that's on the 20th. Right, that's as the 18th.
It's as of
How
the
did we know, is my question, that they had it on the 20th? Did they provide any proof?
Yes, and I sent that out to the homeowners.
That I'm looking at maybe this certificate?
418 was the renewal. That's when it came back into for them to have workman's comp.
This says that, I'm not saying no to what you're saying. I'm saying that's not what I'm understanding here. This says the policy started on 4/23/2025 and expired on 4/23/2026. Workman's comp, which is fine if they're starting on the 20th, they got 3 days, I guess, and then, like you said, it would renew. Workman's comp started on the 18th, 2025, and it expired on the 18th, 2026. So if that was the only thing the residents brought up, was that specific issue, did we get verification? And if we did, I didn't see that, nor did I hear them say that they saw that. How do we know they had insurance on the 20th when it says it expires on the 18th? That's the dilemma that I understand from the residents.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm pretty sure that the one that I sent over, as the city as the holder, said that the starting date was 4/18 and the other ones for 4/23.
That's what it says.
Okay, so
But
that's the
but
starting date, right?
And the end date is the exact same date a year
It's-
later. 4/18,
Should be 2027, right?
Yeah.
26.
No, it's 20, we're looking at
It's
27.
2027.
I'm going off the email that Tim set out. The only thing the residents have to go off of. I don't know what you're.
I'd like to ask a question. Did the contractor supply an insurance binder from the insurance agent or the insurance company?
Well, we've always had insurance with the land development. We've always been a holder because they do so much work for us. It was right there on the line of them having to renew. So what I ended up saying, I sent out an email probably 3 weeks ago and said, can you send me your updated insurance? They said, well, it's renewing anyways on the 17th. Can we just send it to you afterwards when it renews? So I let all the homeowners and everybody know, okay, this is what we're doing. I'm going to wait till we get the renewed copy
Right.
and then send you guys the renewed copy, which I sent at 9:17 a.m. on Monday of this week.
Okay. What he's physically holding
Yeah.
supports what you're saying.
Yes.
What I think was emailed out that the resident said this expired does
That
not.
might have been the first one that I sent out.
Okay. Okay.
Just showing them they do have insurance, and
Thank you.
You
So
were
here's
right.
what I think. There's some updates. There's some things. This is evolving. New information comes. It's not starting construction tomorrow.
No.
It looks like we can kind of control.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think we need to do anything else here today.
Oh, the
I think-
portalet is still there.
I think it was removed today.
Was it removed?
Or, I mean, I don't know when it was removed. It wasn't there. But if this council does not object, I'll just continue to
We need to vote to extend again.
meet
If
the city attorney and city manager, and this council is okay with not directing, or, city manager's doing his job saying, I was directed to get this done.
Right.
We are saying, if we need to pause, let's pause, and I'll stop there. I think we can adjourn.
I'm just keeping an eye on that.
I think we're all ready to.
Does anyone know reports tonight? No. Okay.
Nothing of note.
Thank you. If there's not anything else, city manager, city attorney?
No, thank you.
Okay. City clerk's office? Anything else? If anyone chooses, let us know. Seeing none, meeting adjourned.